Seven championships, girls. Amazing. Did I have anybody who did was fourth. Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes. What is athleticism, folks? Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes.
There we go, motherfuckers. The church is brought to you by one of my favorite products.
Red like cupcake cooker. Hybrid cooker. Oh, for sure, dog. Look at that. Smooth. Look at this move. Unprecedented athleticism. Look at this move, folks. Look at this athleticism. It's unprecedented. Look at this move. Look at this move. What's going on here? Cancel. Look at that. Shout out to Ivan Carrot.
Ship automatically. I did regular flights. And no hidden fees, no commitments, cancel at any time. You can only get this also from us. That's DollarShaveClub.com/church. Again, 1 month for $5. That's DollarShaveClub.com/church. Again, make the smart choice. $5. DollarShaveClub.com/2. These days, it's like this podcast. Somebody else used to go on the post office. Even with limited hours, standing in line like a mole. Late ship postage on demand with stamps.com. anything to do with the post office, give it to right now. Rothschild test, which stamps.com. Find real official postage, any letter or package using your own computer in print. And unlike the post office, stamps.com never closes. Listen, you will cup cocktails and support the work. Got a couple things to ship out. Who needs sleep? Get the postage whenever you need it, 24/7. Whenever my wife gets it from stamps.com, she loves it. You know why? She puts it out there. And the mailman comes and picks it up. That's how good the reading is working. Stamps.com. I feel like the scale works great. So what we're going to do is this. Right now, you're use my name.
Look at this athleticism. Mary Alice Park. Hey, what up, Alice Park? Are you there? Alice Park. Are you real? Hello, friend. Just to follow up, keep up the great work, success. We surely come your way. I would love to join your fan base. Can you add me on Discord, Mary Alice Park? I don't know if you're real. If you're real, are you real? Mary Alice Park? Girl, type if you're real. That bitch ain't real. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this move. Psych. Mary Alice Park. Ain't no way that bitch is real. Look at this move. Look. Criticism. Look at this. Hi, friend. The girl ever says you're hi, friend. That's okay. Hey, buddy. Buddy sucks as well. Anyway.
The Gemara, you say all the brothers would say in one shot, you say as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like God, the Shama Shinasat Dobi, etc. When you hear the rooster, you say Ashanasan Lasefti, which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say Chibrim, when you sit up in your bed, you say Nasurim, when you wear clothing, you say Nasurim, when you stand up, you say Kibudim. When you get on the floor, you say, where you're killing Shaliah, you say, the honey as a comment, Rothschild, saying, it's not still it. There are those who when you wash your hands and say, okay, it's on your face, you say, I'm not going to say, you say, you run to the face, you say, Shama, don't make us still in the prayer, that the Sefer, mitzvahs, Baruch Hashem, join us, that is, join us, I said it, the person must make a bracha on the bed, so the angel of the Lord, it's simple, to be happy. When Kio says this is one of the stories, he said everything on the Torah does is pretty good. And he wants to have a place, and nobody would invite him in, he had a field, and he had a hole, and the donkey would do this alarm clock. Tomorrow, really, one came to a grandmother, and then a lion came and ate his donkey and said, oh, not over there, how about everything's for best? Soldiers came, everybody had a wonderful day. Rothschild has some power to gather functions which work as few words as possible. It says there is not one by wisdom. It says in the Pasuk by Yitzer with two Yud. It means that God created man with two Yitzer. These are Ra and Yitzchak. Two inclinations. It says, if so, how do animals create destruction of people and all that stuff? They don't have a Yitzer. Two Yuds, one comes. This is talking about reversion. You should fear him and you should fear your Yitzer. Rabbi Yehuda says that ultimate Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with other Rishon, and the Baruch separated them. It's like this Rabbin Shmuel. When it says in the Pasuk, Selah, does it mean the side? Meaning Chava was back to back with other, or does it mean other Rishon's tail? The Baruch slipped off his tail and created Chava. Says Gemara, a beautiful thing that the Baruch really wanted to create other Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. Should explain like this: a husband and wife have a don't even have. They always be together. But he says that it says in the Pasuk, Sartani, which is a contradiction. The Lord created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, with Piranus, by the Mabel, before to destroy the humans, before he destroyed the animals. It says in the Pasuk, according to the Omer, that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that the Baruch had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If they were back to surgery, there's a lot of flesh that been in there. By even, he built, meaning, according to the Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built a chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her adoration. According to Rabbis, means that he created her like a storage. Storage, hold the baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By the Yellow Adam, the Baruch became Shishvin, became their best man, so to speak. Created happiness and simcha at your wedding. You learn from their parents, even though the law was both dignity. Nevertheless, it was necessary at times you did so. You have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to that. And even if it's his wife, it's also. But if he finds himself by the woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if other Mechava were connected, other one in front, it's not to be in the back of her. The halacha is if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has clear and massive fighting like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be safe from getting headed. Benaya, who was Shimshon's father, the says he was an Amaret, because it says that he went behind his wife. It says more women. Elisha also says he went behind his wife, but over there the shot is that he went with his wife's advice. So too, Benaya went with his wife's advice. Remember, as I say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't put that head. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind a Zara, then you should put that head of Zara. And walk behind the rather than walking behind the shul that people are doubting. That's disrespectful by the Bible. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's opening to the shul. You're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of the chapter. We have a picture in our mind what
Huh.
It looks like a fly. And it sits at the opening of a human's heart. The human kidneys want to give good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands. The tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is the lung absorbs liquids. The liver is angry where the gall and a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs. The intestines
Oh.
sleep. Grinds and the nose, where the intestines wake up the person in the nose goes to sleep, will have big mouth, which rolls some heating, some wrap, scrolls, shine, and mediocre people are controlled by the worst of the worst or the best experts who trying to be studied. Only they can appreciate the world, otherwise they don't appreciate it completely. Wrap love is broken with your entire soul. Body more than money. All of their money more than their body. But that's what it says. There's something. Honestly, the word is just what I be worried about. I'll give you a muscle. The special words are going to be caught in a trap. It says the fact of the land. I'll say the fish. You know you're a smart one. You can really survive the water. How will you survive out of the water? How will you survive without others? I'll be like a fish. Both of them were fought by the Romans. It says Publisher Makiba, beautiful. The Lord tells us let's be metal combs and the combs and as they were coming with how can you even happen when you're such great? What do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for that song. I was wishing for but Allah says, I wish I could die being my bed. Allah has to be powerful. This is what happens though. A human being that learns fire his whole life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, Trump said, Rabbi Kiva is indicted for Ilam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person be lightheaded and use concentration, like coach the Russian. This is why that's not the place according to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Shalayim, even if he's a physical artist, even now but Yehuda, the time is also anywhere, but not in the time it's only goes to the Stoker. According to the Nakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom in the fire, which means you're facing Shalayim. So they go, in the Gullah, you know, it's also facing Shalayim. Some say that if you are at an angle, you're allowed to. The Rebbe says it is time. Not the Beis Hamikdash is also, according to the first right, so it's the place that you can see the Beis Hamikdash is right. And there's no effect. And after the Qurban, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. So the second right, in a place that you can see the thoughts or the chance to lie, what's the Roughly, that's how it plays. The Lord tells us that Rekiva snuck into the bathroom with his ready Yeshua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand, because the Torah was given with the Baruch's right hand. You put out the tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the timer of the truck with Torah with your right hand, and you write your Torah with your right hand. It says, "But as it Rabbi Kiva, isn't that Azos to go to the bathroom with the Rebbe?" Says Rabbi Kiva, "Toirahi, the Luma that I need to learn the halachas." In fact, when Azai was the Talmud of Rabbi Kiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Kiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halacha that Rabbi Kiva called him over. The Gemara says a famous story. Rav Kahana hid underneath Rav's bed, and he heard Rav first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his struggling. And Rav Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, "Rebbe, it's a mushal to somebody that's starving." Says Rav, "Is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their affairs." Says Rav Kahana, "Toirahi, Luma that it's sorry." In fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana. Observe. Person who uses sneezes in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. There was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if 2 people went in there together, they would be damaged from the Masikim. Rabbi Abi and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of sneezes, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the yisurim for himself and davens for the yisurim. The Gemara tells us, brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom, the company of buying the bathroom, so he shouldn't be damaged by the shaitan. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shaitans that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with the goat. Before Rosh Hashiva, the Lord calls him a bell to scare away the shaitan. And once he hears Shiva, he's more susceptible to the shaitan, so she created his wife, who was the daughter of Rav, created a window, and she put her hand on Rav's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond other people can hear him. If it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. But another lesson in the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And they can see him. So all the way where they can watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Or there's a story, there's a person who gave a hesped to the village, and wow, he's such a tough. He's very honest. He says, how can you say that? Observe in the bathroom. That's where you can tell if a person. Now, why was there nothing so makbid on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, does this guy really agree with the hesped? They get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use sneezes at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he should use the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning. When nobody's around, rather during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate and leaving oneself in the bathroom when done by Avodah Shachar. Our Torah would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel like you need to go to the bathroom. And don't. And sell your figs. When you hear that itself on the side, and it's not there for it. You want to know the story of I went to the bathroom, and he made a snorting noise as if to ask the person in the bathroom, is Rav Sabro. There's somebody in there, Rav Sabro says, come on in. So the Rabbi afterwards told Rav Sabro, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. First, since Rav Sabro thought Rav Abba had an emergency, it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom and a rodent pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says the snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar to the apostle, I gave you another man instead of you, and you also read it, Edom, a Roman. Brothers about Shaul, he went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he did it. And the Gemara says, the apostle says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is that the Baruch Hu of Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of sneeze when he went to the bathroom. You go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, make a sukkah, surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All that Rabbel did was his coat. Then he was punished because he embarrassed his Mevlaza clothing to really warm him up. Hashem said, David said to Hashem, he says, Hashem is sitva, Hashem tripped you. Hashem punished David and tripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count twice, didn't count twice like that. And what happened is a gate of 70 people died. How long did it last? A few hours. From the morning when you shut the Talmud until the Shrika sat down with the Talmud. The arrangement says on different sides. Because Roman told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Abishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The verse says, Vaynochem. David says, Vaynochem. And the Rosh was calm. One time that was brought down, so to speak. Machlokes Rav says, Shmuel says, Yitzchak, Rav says, it was the Kesef Kippur, and Rav says he thought about the Beis Hamikdash, and that comes down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis Hamikdash a country, a shortcut. Some say, Adam a Kifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes to the shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to David, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis Hamikdash, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Harabayis, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Well, it says, but in the shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes that spit. So, shul, wonderful, Debbie. In the Beis Hamikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Yisrael min ha'olam v'ad ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words v'ad ha'olam. And they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk, you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Laslois Hashem. A favorite third sefer, referring to Rishon Eres. If you do Averes, then it's Eis Laslois Hashem, time to speak about Hashem. Or you say the pasuk refers to Tzaddik. There are times that you have to be clear of the retire. If you do not pay up, sometimes in order for Eis Laslois Hashem, says the Gemara, something would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Anna. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a design of Torah. But Kapara says, also referring to Torah, you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. It says Abayam. If there is a man, in other words, there's a goggle that's asking, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right passing. If only for the following statement we learned in Torah Masechta, it would have been worth it. But the Torah says, it says in the pasuk, "Behold, Rochecha do'ei, yasher b'chesed."
Why'd you say that? Because we need it.
In every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert a Baruch. You could eat a slice of pizza, and you mean fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap. You can do the same exact action and just stick a Baruch into it, and you get satar rather than not getting satar at all. You say, I'm eating the slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be over Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean. And also, Gemara gives an example, like teaching how to. Rabbbi says it's not good to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come with one of them. You should not appoint a man to charge house because look what happened to Asia's almost over on his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Soita because the Soita was Nishal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. The Rebbe says the reason why Parsha Soita is close to the Parsha of Muslim Isers, you have to give over a tenth of everything you heard. Because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come out to the Kohen to deal with your wife. And you might come on to the Isers if you're so poor, you're promised that you're going to become. When the Lozak Kaber says if somebody has a tzara, he thinks Hashem, he says, Baruch Lein Emes, he's promised that his pronouns will double. When a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning and mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. This is the Gemara an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, was a God. He went to his Lord, and he had a community. And he started doing this year. We're going to have two others. And I love this. The only person that's strong enough to he sent messenger. He said, only struggle, as it says, see like only from one kind of cable to say on something that's coming, that it's far from milk. But it says fundamental right way, but it's not. It's not good that meat and you should both finish. As I was indicating so long, 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 30 years ago. It says Gemara because every single day, Torah, it's as if it was just given today. British every day of his life. the creation of Torah is very good. You should learn in groups of people. You do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself. You deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another shot haskes. You should pain yourself in Torah. Rabbbi says the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another shot has means be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rabbbi says, first you have to know whole Torah, and then delve in midst color. Whoever vomits up his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top, to be able to pass it along. Midst af, and if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between the far and the coming. If he does it a second time you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great. Which the Gemara says in the pasuk, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, if you question and try to figure out the Torah, but when people come to ask my halachas, you'll be quiet, you won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. Daf Son of Dalit. Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechtas Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechtas Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of a shiur, you're looking for a shiur, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shiur every single day. On YouTube, search for Stefanski or not the change that Yomi. We have an app, 8min daf, and we are on Torah anytime. And then we have Nehemiah, who says, it says in the post like this, it says, don't despise that in the ministry. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that he's trying to tell us, yet we have to have a part of the side. So he says in the Gemara, if you invited on public to get a moment to give you drinking your money, certainly both will love you. It's like Ruby says, when we're looking for a Shiva, they decided we need a Sina. Either a Shiva in 2.5 years, and it was seen that not pushing it. They were given when they're supposed to come. Those who have gained the last year. The Lord tells us the unbelievable believe that there's some time. Although he was supposed to be the Shiva of the first 20 years around the Shiva, and acted with humility to the point where the his house,
Yo, what up, pimp? Yo, dog. We've been waiting for you. What up, Cadlocks? Cadlocks, go fuck yourself. Nobody gives a shit about you. Not even your parents. They hate you and they think you're a terrible person. Maybe the worst person ever. Cadlocks, you fuck. Nobody wanted to fucking talk to you ever. Ever. Padlocks, you're the worst. First, he already left. I bet that Padlocks already left. Padlocks did already leave. What is this bullshit? Padlocks, you fuck.
All the food distribution in North Jersey is handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with. You know what I mean? All right, so people stay and eat the goddamn
It's
food.
Cadlocks.
There was this special, you would suspect us, but Mr. Hass would go, fuck that, go in the back. I'm not going to let him go in the back. But if I say, hey guys, that means run out the back door. So for a year, until they moved that law, we would sit in the back of Hass places till we could fucking thing. While the school teachers were in front looking for it. And the truant office and the whole thing. Fucking hysterical.
Man, there was no goddamn good place in my shit town. I got no good stories. You know, we had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you hear that? That's your grandma rolling off.
When I went back in
Like you
93,
say, you just flipping right in the ground.
oh my god, when I went back in 93, I stayed with my buddy in Seahawks named Mike Ronnie. And down the block from his house was a fucking deli. That I'll put it up against any deli ever. But their fucking claim to fame was they had peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my god, with mozzarella cheese and little sauce, and I go in there in the morning.
Just the green peppers.
Just a fucking like a pepper, and it's a spicy pepper.
It was like that peppercini,
So you
right?
had to get 3 of them and a sandwich. So you eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. You have different types of delis, but that was
Right.
what a fucking 3 fat guys now talking about food for.
Because we're all stoned and it sounds great.
But this is crazy what today signifies in the Catholic religion. And a lot of other religions also.
Well, I mean, our good friend George got rest his mama's soul. She's passed this year, and you know it's hard, man. Uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You know, you see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing, man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. You know, I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. I'd say, God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
So it was just fun going to church. It really was. I went by myself, no pressure. I went because I didn't want them. I just wanted to go because we did that church over St. Bartholomew. We did it over. So I just went in at 7:15. I tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. Like that's what happened in church. I mean, when I go to church, I look at the 12 stations to the cross, and it's like a fucking acid trip. Facebook? He's those fucking Cubans don't go on Facebook. He was the keys. When I was a kid, my God, it's amazing what has happened. Did you see Mad Max?
Yes.
Okay. The question that fucked me in that movie is who killed the world?
Oh yeah, man.
You can ask me who killed the world. You know what? Man, they killed the fucking world. I mean, the world is that we don't even know.
No, it's more than half.
This week I saw Trick and Treat. I put fangs in my mouth, and she kept saying, "No, thank you, Daddy." No, thank you, Daddy. She would keep tugging my cape. It was the cutest fucking thing. I went in there and I had a great time. We got that 5:30. The dinner they made us was, not bad. It was a cheeseburger with refs are playing ball with, and I can tell that. What happened? It's not right. The kid left to eat, and she didn't want to eat, so she stayed with me. She goes, Daddy, come in, and I show. And they back up, and they open their trunks, and they had kids, and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. I'll tell you what.
Is it like a lowrider club or hot rods and stuff?
No, it was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh yeah.
You know, whatever they are, I don't know. Because I didn't talk to one. I talked to maybe two parents and a principal.
Man, you know, I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They are the nicest. That they had a whole goat cooking. Okay, I mean it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay,
Look at
was
this
handing out
athleticism.
candies and stuff like that.
Look at
Having
this
a blast.
move.
They had a band, a salsa band. It was
No,
on,
no,
man.
no.
This fucking kids.
Yeah, it was for kids too.
Yeah, there's no fucking something with this kid.
There's no fucking salsa band with this kid. Hilarious. Look at this athleticism. Have you ever seen fingers like this, girls?
Olay is changing my shower game.
Yo, lady, no one gives a fuck. I mean, it's like, oh, you thought I cared. Like, bitch.
Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
Olay is changing. You know what? You take your Olay and you can shove it up you can douche with it, girl, because no one gives a fuck. What'd you think about that game, kid? Worst game ever. Really? Those are worse games than that. But that I just knew. I just watched my. Oh, they always do. They are the worst. The worst. Worst. Watch on YouTube. No one gives a fuck about YouTube. This show has far too many people.
Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
We all have to find a video.
Hang on, I hear you. Nice. Large burger, please.
Nice.
I'm so excited to get home from Vancouver. We're flying on this plane. We got a big guy next to us. Hope the captain has something to say.
Now, this might be the worst podcast ever. Worst podcast ever. Look at this athleticism. Dog, I can't believe I had two people come in within 45 and then since 0. Goose egg. Worst stream ever. Bullshit. What is this bullshit? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. 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 Yeah. Look at this athleticism. Check this out. Community followers list 0. Oh no, my own. Cool. That's neat. Log out of that, bitch. Worst stream. Okay, not 2. Dude, I gotta take a shit. Welcome to After Hours Pod. Welcome to After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Push. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Creator dashboard. Open it up in 3. I have to do shit. Followers list 0. But look at this athleticism. At this athleticism. I gotta see what's going on here. Look at this move. I've got a poo. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Dog. This might be one of the times that I have to take one of Old Thornhill. Go fuck yourself. No one gives a fuck about Old Thornhill. No one. Worst hill ever. Look at this athleticism. What is this bullshit? Dog. What is this? What is this bullshit? Keys of this dick. What is this bullshit? Dog. What are you doing? You asked Firefox to always open. Agatha Christie, this dick. I've got to take a major league dump. What is TwitchCon? No one cares. No one's ever heard of that. It sucks. Hey guys, we're gonna have a Comic Con, but for Twitch. You can push fucking platform the most? Oh. Why? We don't know, because we did. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After. I've got a shit. Oh, what is this bullshit? Worst ever. Hey, Honest Dobry. Hey, Honest Dobry. Did you know one gives a fuck about you? Worst stream
ever. Welcome to. What is this bullshit? Dog. This is the worst. Worst stream ever. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. You've not verified a phone number. Oh, okay, well, give the fuck. Gather around a fire. What is this bullshit? Why don't you start? The After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Oh, they're talking about carnivore. I'm throwing fists. Weak. Weak. Well, cough on 1 week. Hours Pod. To the After Hours Pod. Welcome to After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Look at this athleticism.
Get your own big beer. You see her. More sippers. Don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of you to do. Don't. You're gonna make treats. You have to bring for the class. You're right. But I only had one. I should have got more. It's right to 7-Eleven on the way too. That's the deal. The deal is 3 of these for $7. That's 7-Eleven. Yeah. That's 65 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. I'm having a beer. Is it starting right now? Yeah. I'm not. Chen, are you having a beer? No, are we starting? Because I start rolling. We're starting. Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
Good one, Jim.
I'm kidding. You still don't get my ongoing joke.
One of these days,
Are we really actually rolling?
Kid,
Well, here's the thing. Here's where that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is love, okay? Let's do it! Because in the beginning, you were like, tell me when to record. Tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here, and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brandon starts talking to Chris and Eric. So that's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when you would think, but in the beginning, I remember, like, because there's so many different, a lot of moving parts. So many moving parts. Yeah. Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording. I was like, are you serious or not? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So, so there's not, especially with you and me, kids, I gotta send you these files. I can't start early. It's gonna be too huge and it'll take forever to send them. You're not gonna like it. You're gonna be pissed off. I know you kids. Well, all right, you're right, Jim. We should. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
the files he sends us are like 45 gigs for one camera.
It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p 30 frames per second. Wow. Right, Kevin? CC 100s.
And we can talk about data rate.
Yeah. We can talk about, look.
You want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? I thought I looked like or Verizon just actually asked me if I have a minute to talk about data rate. Yeah.
That's like an insurance sale that's going on next door. Like,
Seamless motherfucking transit. Is it really? I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on a team for
Terrence from Terrence.
Oh, wow.
To save some money.
Oh.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the general and save some time.
Let's listen. It's so good. Really? It's good.
See how well it matches.
Oh,
I might do some editing. You go side by side here.
I can't find like they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for great low rate you can get online. But this one's pretty close. Shout out what's her name? Someone has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 general commercials.
People are doing the sports work. Kind of archiving stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Lord bless me.
Last 7 seconds.
Last 7 seconds. Tell me that now. It's the freaking thing.
It's the most replayed.
Every market is just not our style.
Best car insurance rates online. Go to the general and save some time. Is that time?
Yeah, it might be one of those things.
That's an old school.
Ever actually say that?
A little Mandela effect with the general, but I know he fucking did. I don't. Does anybody use the general? He says you can get car insurance for like $15 fucking. Is that real? I never even took him serious as a. You can get online. Go to the general and say something.
I got it in 0.1 seconds.
I watched the 12 commercials right before we started.
I got it immediately.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the general and save some time.
You were panicking. I'm just hearing.
I was slow as smooth as fast. I was like, start whenever you want. It's chill. Tender series not till 5. Only one golden hour today. Got a lot of time.
Yeah, it's after hours. We're chill. We're just the after hours.
Yeah.
You know, vibes are high.
Yeah. Vibes are so high. Vibes are immaculate right now.
We're late today.
No, I wasn't. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58.
But there's a new,
I'm confident with it. The test was, can you hear me, Jim? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What would happen if we couldn't hear them?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
I'd be in a big panic and beat everybody. Come on, obviously. Come on. This is how I roll. Come on. Yeah, I was cutting clips this morning. Woke up at 7 and cut some clips. Krista Stefano on DL Dare Fun. But yeah, us pushing it
To the limit.
push it to the limit.
What was this whole thing?
What do you mean?
This job?
Oh, that I just do a perfect impression in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was so nice. You know, off camera, he just does a good general impression. We wanted to parlay that into the episode. I was pissed. I missed the off camera stuff.
Probably my best impression. Second would be Marvel Albert.
Alan Hussein from Radio Us.
Yep.
Good fun. I think you're good at the Marvel. Yes. I you like a good Walter Cronkite as well. Like I think what was it, Bruce Almighty? The one where he's he carries like the news anchor guy, or yeah, Bruce Almighty. Yeah. Walter Cronkite. Oh yeah, he does it. He does it with like the comb and whatever.
Yeah, I have to hear it, but I think. You know what, Mark? You think you choose school for school, but I got news for home. If I may, you kind of nicked it. Careful. What? I don't. Jim, what the fuck ass are you doing? I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh yeah,
I won just $2,500 this weekend. Jim's doing a He's Frozen thing, and nobody can know that. Nobody is he frozen?
is he frozen? Is he frozen? Frozen? He might be frozen.
Oh my god! Good job. Yes. Yep. You know what I just realized? A lot of people. My name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they would call me Niche, and Niche is the anagram of Chin. Wow.
Oh shit.
So
That's
that's
insane.
So that's fun and fifty. That is fun.
Wow, the same. We're anagram brothers. Different.
Grams of jumbo word. Palindrome. You're thinking palindrome.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Great
Oh,
spot.
exactly.
Here's a long palindrome we can get to the base.
Oh yeah.
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Oh, that's the same backwards as forwards.
Oh wow. How did you remember? Holy moly.
I don't know, because somebody always mixes up an anagram and a palindrome, and it pisses me off so much that I have such a deep Oh, alright. No. Some anger when people would, and I found the best one.
The big best one. That is it.
Here's some more examples of some longer phrases. A dog, a panic in a pagoda. Okay. Satan sees Natasha. A Toyota.
Whoa, they should use that in their commercials. Right.
Dennis and Edna Sid. Doc, note, I dissent. A fast never prevents a fatness. I died on cod. Wow.
On palindrome?
Yeah.
Have a Toyota palindrome, and that's their app. Damn. Mark writes itself. Yeah.
Oh, and the car is like designed and looks the same backwards.
That's actually a great idea.
So it's the Toyota palindrome.
Hey, we can't give away this free game.
Oh, shit.
This is too much. Let's get one. Be like, Toyota, you like this? We got more ideas where we came from.
Hey, Toyota, have a seat. We got a lot more ideas.
It's the biggest mixed martial art.
Here's a good
UFC
one.
CEO Dana White.
I Spy
The man
Gypsies.
behind the scenes
Run.
giving some of the biggest mixed martial art fights the sport's ever seen.
That is a
Now
good
the first time on the
racist.
boxing side. How do you
Yeah, but
contrast with the swipe and spin like
race fast, safe car. That's what
details of things that need to be done.
Oh, what is it again?
race fast, safe car. Safe car. Safe car. Yeah. Step on no pets. Good part to live by.
Hey, yeah, that's. Don't you feel the worst when you actually step on a dog? Oh, that's the worst feeling ever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then they like kind of look at you all sad.
Yeah. And you try and reason with them. Brother, I wasn't. I promise I wasn't. The last I want to do on this earth is hurt. I know.
The noise is so. And they're like scared to be near you after.
Yeah. There's literally nothing I care about more in this world than you. Oh, speaking of that, Henry got a haircut. Henry got a haircut.
Oh, he looks so cute. Right?
It's in the chat, but I'll send you another one too. I mean, just look at how good this. I just said mine. Go all the way to the top. Please no.
Look at this. Mine too. Oh my goodness.
God, so you know what he looks like?
He is very cute. He looks so young when he gets a haircut.
Yeah, he really does. Youthful. Yeah. Yes. Synonymous. Synonymous.
You're like me. Dude, I'll let you finish in 1 second. While editing, I realized that I'm kind of like half listening. You know, you're like, yeah. You're kind of like doing stuff, and you like kind of get a little bits of information, and because you hear someone say something, you kind of put your own version of the same thing. I totally repeat what you guys say all the time. I'm like, reiterator. I'm like a palindrome, but not quite.
I make great points, so I love when someone says it again. Oh, you do make great points. Yeah, sometimes people say them again, and it's awesome when they do.
I know it. I like that you guys haven't called it out. I'll say it like that's literally what Case just said.
I rewatch. I think next point it's our ego so big, like just pumped that you're saying. I vehemently agree with what Mark said. Yeah, I said it. All right. Anyway, do you ever trim them out? No, because I save myself quite a bit, but I'm editing.
Really?
Just anything I don't like. Took out that whole chunk of watching the 9/11 play video. I didn't think that was fit for air. Which no one would have known we even did. I know, but I like telling you guys, and now people will wonder a little bit. Like, put it out! Yeah. Put it out! If we get 200 Patreon subscribers by next week, I'll put it out.
Yeah, like the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. We watched the 9/11 video where the planes crash in, something and the Wisconsin accent. And he was like, can you believe that heavy accent? And we were all like, this is not funny and I feel bad. Yeah. This is, yeah. It was funny though. It's funny though. He was screaming.
Yeah, it was we were rocking and rolling, and it was like a little bit of a buzzkill, and we're like, yeah.
We did get back into it though. Speaking of getting back into it, look how cute my guy is.
He looks youthful.
His little chunky, see his legs? Yeah, those are
I was doing an Austin Powers reference. He's so sweet.
He's the chunky master. I almost brought him today.
I almost brought Tony.
Looks so good with him.
I can't wait to see the dogs again. If you get the new phone, imagine how good that picture is gonna look. Little depth of field.
Yeah, you're right. But I also
Nice photos of yours that you love.
But like that's a nice photo. You're not gonna be, man, I wish I had more depth of field in this.
That's true. Yeah.
Like if you have a Polaroid back in the day, that's what I said. Yeah. Don't you? We just talked about it.
If you get a chance done it, it's because I'm focusing right now. Focused.
The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focused. Nick,
I've been anxious because I've been to Vancouver and I've been pumping it up to you about how I think it is. So I want to hear how you.
I loved it, but caveat: we really don't think that.
But beautiful area. Unfortunately, there was a lot of, oh man, you should see how pretty it is. Wow. During like the summer. Yeah, it should have been like
Vancouver,
suburbs, like 55 minutes away. How is it cool when it's like dense city like that? Like that looks like lower East Manhattan. Yeah. And then you have boats. Like that's got to be such a cool lifestyle. Like for us, it's typically either one or the other. You're in a density, or you're like at a lake house. That's it's combined. You got like all of the different types of
Seattle's cool that way too.
Seattle.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. Yeah, like Seattle, downtown Seattle, you can take like a ferry to it, and they're full of water. I don't know how to describe it. Full of water, like a area with like little float planes flying.
Whoa.
And there's boats.
Whoa.
So.
We did go on Saturday. We went out on Sink, which was beautiful. One of the pictures I sent you has what I saw and what Stoplight usually looks like. But it was a great day on the boat. Water was really warm. You could see some glaciers up in the mountains. Yeah, like that area we were in.
Freaking gorgeous. Oh my god. Did you try any Canadian cuisine?
I had a good poutine bars.
What do you think?
I mean, it's literally like made for me. I like slop. I can't believe it's a national dish that they're like, you gotta try this. And I'm like, this is my leftovers, and I put it all in the bowl.
Yeah.
But it's delicious.
Yeah, that's literally. Yeah, I can't believe it's like their food that they love. It is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. Because I had it one other time when I was in Montreal, but it was at a chain sports bar, and like an idiot, I had chicken, and the chicken was incredibly bad. So this is my second run at it, and it was delicious. Bellini, just like a frosty orange drink. You love a Bellini.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just calling you.
Roberto Bellini.
Be careful with these ones.
Anybody would like these drinks. Yeah. Sure. I was never.
There's how big it is.
No, that's not my picture.
Oh.
That was what I was saying to what it usually looks at, which we're also but the labels, the stuff that happened, or thoughts I have about Vancouver, like kind of really around Vancouver. It was fun. I hung out with her family. Her family's awesome. She's got two younger brothers that are the most fun guys ever. Like one of these guys looks like Matthew McConaughey straight out of Dazed and Confused. He's just got his yeah, he's just got his complete own style. I was like, I could never wear shit like that. Well, even now, I can't do that. Podcast years, thousands of episodes. But they're very cool. It was really fun with the family. Saturday night we went to this 2000s party, which was a little depressing. That you're going to a retro party, and I was like, this isn't retro music. This is just music. But I forgot to bring their family a gift, which like no one gives a shit, but I wanted to because I think that's always sweet and thoughtful. I've decided if I get fit, I want to bring people that talking fish, that singing fish. And just when I give it to them, really excited about it. I mean, open it. Yeah.
The bath?
Yeah.
Fucking thing. I hate
Everybody does. But like, I think it's a funny thing to act like you don't know that everybody knows what it is. And I'm all excited. So they open it, and then they have to do it.
and the fact that they can't throw it away.
Yeah. So on the next time, let's build it. So that's what you're saying. That's really the big bit I had about that. Excited about it. He just threw it right away. No, you're getting really fast. Yeah. That's gonna be my catchphrase. You're getting really fast, bitch. Hey, please come to our wedding and you're getting really fast. Exactly. All right, I'm on board now. I came around. All right.
How much of one of those bad I found it's like a tool where you can go in your ear and get the earwax out and it has a little camera and you can watch it on your phone.
That actually does sound.
Kev, I have that tool. I have that.
You do? Do you use it?
Yes. I have it, but I have it, yeah. Huh?
I haven't used the camera though. So you used a Q-tip.
I think when I first got it, when I charged it, I did kind of like go in there to see what happened, but I don't use it. I just literally just use that thing.
Well, here's the issue.
My earwax.
Here's the issue. You didn't know when to start recording.
Call back earlier. Very good. Very well done.
Wait, you're telling me we should record right now?
Nice,
Fuck.
Jen. Put your earwax camera in the attic.
I like that.
Oh, one thing I
No, but that freaking that trail camp's going in the attic this weekend, without a doubt. So I have news to report to you by the next episode.
What happened in the last week that didn't go up? We saw the trail cam. I was pretty excited for some funny speak.
Someone put it
can't.
for
I told you.
He's got a small friend who's going to help him put it.
Yeah.
What? That's funny. I got a small friend. Well, he's a big boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm his small
Big boy,
friend, but
some little-
I'm not on the ground.
He's not there. Yeah. So I need another small friend to come. My small friend is down to do it. That small friend's like, yeah, I'm 100%. I want to do it. So we put it in the attic like this. I can open that big thing with a rope and put it through into the attic and like place it to where, it'll probably be the best thing to see if, whatever. Let's say there's like little crevices around here, windows here, like face it in that direction and then come back outside. Yeah.
I've said you
Yeah.
after our list. Living in a crawl space in Oregon, and it's definitely.
You guys, this video, you sons of the YouTube video, and then I put it in our group chat.
No, it's a lie because you know that's where you're all for.
I have like another couple friends. So, 2.5.
Sex. I consider all that. Like,
It's a 2.
Gee whiz, that was a great ending.
that's scary. Yeah. So that's what's going on. Did he get arrested or did he move to Austin? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Benjamin, put you on. Oh, also, it's a very progressive city. On all this, they were advertising for this dating app. It's a trans. So it must be a app for trans people. I saw it on all their buses. Now the name of their trans station. Oh!
He's doing a bit.
I can see when Nick is doing a goof, and I can see when Chin is
when he's doing a
goof. When he's doing his frozen goof, and I can tell when Nick's doing his trans jokes. But is that a goof seer? Isn't that a great app name? Translate? Hey, bro, you on Translate? Just having trouble meeting someone. Yeah. Translate. Yeah. Oh, I sat next to an improv coach on the way back. He was chatty. But he's funny. He was an entertaining guy. He was also a giant. Ashley had to sit next to giants. On the way there and the way back in the middle seat. So it's bad. But this time, no, Saquon Barkley, just a big ball man. Oh, great. He's like, but this guy, I gotta go to my backpack.
Wisconsin. I gotta go to my backpack.
I found my backpack.
Nick wearing all green, by the way. I may have heard my listeners. It was in his jacket. Oh, I love it. He said, great toss. He said one of his activities is giving zoo. And grab the zoo, shove it up your ass. So that was my first say it to him, but literally, I was like, obviously, you can do it. Putting your ass apart. Yeah. I think we can all agree on that. How do we do? You don't really blow it up. Look up how to use a kazoo. I was just watching this on the way here. Like hum or something? Yeah, you want? Yeah, more like. I don't know how to do it. You go with the big end. Oh, really? Yeah. So basically, we all have to find a bit to do with kazoo. Let's hear kazoo. We can do it at the end if you guys want to think about it. Hang on, I can barely hear you. This kazoo. Nice. Wait, that's too fast. I need time. All right, give it to me. Improv. All right, order. You're gonna drive me order a burger for me. Hi, I'd like one large burger, please. It is tough to typically hear the folks drive. He actually said an 8-year-old girl did that, and he was expressed. I think that's so funny. Yeah, I haven't thought of it yet. I've been thinking about it. You stole it. Oh yeah. It's you're a hack, bro. How about this? I got another one for you. Nice. It does look like that. Watch it. I've done 2. That's done 0. It's crack. It's fast. Yeah. You guys both been smoking. Don't you guys remember my just play try? Yeah. So excited to get home. We got a big guy next to us. Something has something to say. That's kind of where I drive. Yeah. Here you go, Kevin. I just got my nails done. I think that concludes the bit. Yeah. That was great.
Dude, I'm so ready for fantasy shit.
Yeah, but is it supposed to sound like cool or like good? Bro, playing the kazoo for 10 hours.
was a very eventful plane ride. Also, during first drink service, they approached the row. She's like, "Oh, what would you like?" And she was like, "You speaking, but you don't understand what I'm asking right now." And she just starts going in. She's like, "This is. I asked you if you spoke English, and you had the capability of the exit row. The exit row is a responsibility. She's skipping on down, and everybody's screaming and trying to escape, and you can't open the door. It was fucking crazy."
Whose side are you on?
At first, I was like, "Jesus, lady, chill out." But the lady did lie to her, and then like she came in back, and I was like, "We're ready to take over the exit seat, whatever." And then we had a nice chat. She was just a very serious, passionate. It wasn't like bitchy. It was like motherly disappointed. Like this is not a joke.
Yeah, like you got a responsibility.
Yeah. Didn't take it serious. So I
You have to find that fucking dog.
Exactly.
If she's been in that situation, emergency, like twice in that week, it's like,
I thought that was a crazy fucking say pretty loudly on the plane.
This is the worst podcast.
Plane sucks. We need you to fucking be ready.
Also, maybe she's the problem. If she's been on two,
yeah.
like, that love shouldn't be flying.
I don't know if I caught anything. She goes,
5 seconds can save 5 lives.
she had like settled down at that point, but it was stirred and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It was not.
69 seconds, Dave. 69 left. Go home.
So that was fun.
I got my big lead.
Is this it? Is this video that you're just playing?
I didn't know I sent
Like
that.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We don't need to watch.
No, I didn't realize I sent it. Also, shout out to me, Benoit Saint Denis.
Yeah.
What a fuck ton of money at UFC. Did you really? And NFL, yeah. $1,500 on UFC, $1,000 on football. Go. It is awesome. Last night, bet Vikings. They went down. Live bet them again at plus 200. They went down again. I think Caleb Williams at plus 600. You think he sucks? I wouldn't. Caleb Williams, absolutely. If he runs all the time, he can be good. Like in the second half, I just expect mistakes. Both those teams are good.
He looked like frantic the whole time. Like, granted, the pocket collapse on him, and then he has. But his whole thing last year, which the announcers were saying, was he holds on to the ball long.
Yeah.
And I watched Peyton and Eli in my football. I was so happy last night. Peyton and Eli, I love them.
Who doesn't like them?
They were just Tom doesn't like Tom. Tom doesn't. He refuses.
And also Brady.
If you have a vendetta against them in the past because of like your team playing against them, I get it. But like as far as like I'm just a neutral sports
Look at
fan,
this
they're
one.
like great.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
They're hilarious and they're smart.
You can kind of argue that, like, all right, we see these guys too much. The media landscape tends to just like submerge, oversaturate us with the same characters.
Yeah.
So I can see that. But what? They're funny.
And they had Randy Moss join for the whole second half. I fucking love Randy Moss. Beat cancer. I just oh no, this is wrong one.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Peyton and Eli were talking about like how frantic his feet is. Like he'll look his reads, but his feet are standing still, and then he has to like wildly move. But you gotta like move your feet the entire time. You can just tell he has happy feet. In this clip, oh man, he just misses a touchdown.
Oh, the one at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was bad.
Girl, I mean,
He just waited. and
in
he just
college, I
sailed
forget
it
her.
up.
I don't forget. It was like, not
But once
Lindsay,
again,
shout
right, they
out
make
to, but
the receiver makes contact.
Leslie. Shout out to Leslie.
He also wasn't looking out there.
She's from Texas.
You think he could do better?
She blew me in the first base.
This guy said Kate. It helps.
Look at this move.
This was your call of Ben Watson to need winning or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play it.
All right. 150. It's the most count that been in a while. Sound out tear through.
Oh, I do like that guy too.
He's like the Brazilian count.
Yeah.
That's why he likes them.
I think Benamasi gets back on track and absolutely came round 3. What am I 3? Would have been plus 25.
Whoa. Guess what? You win this big mouth Billy Bass.
No way.
Yeah.
First kid.
Roulette. Crash is a good one. I've been playing that a lot.
Block it. There's hundreds of games there. That's why it's fun. Find whatever you like the best.
I noticed golf.
And the lines on casinos such as this, with Legends specifically, they're good lines. These are beautiful lines.
Beautiful lines. It's got beautiful lines. So go to legends.com, sign up, and get started. Have some fun. And it's legends.com. I played the country clubs Friday, and I played the janky one Sunday with Mark. And there could not be more of a just discrepancy in terms of experience than going to a beautiful country club. Get there an hour early, have a cocktail with Ryan at the bar, hit a couple balls at the range. The round, beautiful, just redesigned, brand new course. The round took about 3 hours. Then we had a lovely dinner. There was 9 of us afterwards. Jess came to the motherfucking country club. We all had dinner there. It was beautiful. And then Sunday, get there, I get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes a half hour because the kitchen, the bar is now a Raiders bar.
Country club bars or Raiders bars?
This bar, I'm saying this is Sunday. This is a juxtaposition I'm demonstrating. You get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes too long because the kitchen's absolutely slammed. Raiders bar. You're on, the first tee and all you hear is like, touchdown. And then, we play. The round takes 5 hours. The hillbillies in front of us. Nice guys, but not wearing shoes. They weren't wearing shoes on the course. No, it's like, you have fun on the golf course, absolutely. I'm merely stating that as a definition of my experience and how fun past golf can be at a 3-hour round versus a 5-hour, jank fest. So, I think that round Sunday might be the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of me getting country club leadership, which I can't afford, and I'm not really there yet financially. But I'm also, dual income, no kids.
He's a dick.
I'm a dink.
Or a bunch of dinks.
Actually, it's a dinkwad. Dual income, no kid with a dog.
Never heard of that
So
before.
I'm a dinkwad. I could easily. I also now I've ingrained myself into the country club culture because there's 2 reasons I get invited to country clubs. You want to know? And 2, I'm fun. So when you're like,
That's what you think.
All right, Casey. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
unbelievable. Hey, I'm good at money. So it's like when you're a You want to play with somebody. You really just want to be fast and have fun. You want to be, playing with guys shooting 1 or 2 and balls everywhere. It's like,
Oh, so you don't want to go with me?
no, I don't.
I am funny.
That can save it. That can save it for you. You have that going for you.
And I'm also willing to just be like, okay, I'm not playing this with a hole anymore. Let's
Pick
move
it
on.
up. Pick it up. Here's my 2 things.
Yeah, that's a big one.
If you can't get off the tee, I call it a provisional. Typically, in actual professional golf, if you don't know where your ball line may have gone out of bounds, it's provisional, which is another shot. It's a provisional. Just drop it. Just your ball's gone. You don't have to hit another. You don't have to get a mulligan.
I like that.
Shot, just drop it in fairway. So fucking, I'm having big beers and playing golf, and I got to jump.
Question. Sure. Have you been researching these country clubs? And also, if you have a country club membership, do you have to pay every time? Still?
No.
Yeah, you just get to go.
Yeah,
So maybe you say you can't afford it, but maybe you could make that money back. You'd go way more, would you?
I would go way more, number one, and I'm probably spending kind of close to that.
Yeah, same.
Whatever it's like, but do you want to play the same course all the time? That's a good question, and that's a fair question. That's why they offer, like, come play around, like, trying to get people going to, like, come play around, see, like, the course, etc. I played a course, Satakoy Club. Love it. This place is pure. It's beautiful. It's pristine. No, that's Braemar.
Oh, yeah.
Braemar's out of Essen. Ryan's grandfather, and he got it when he was younger. It was before everybody in their, mother was playing golf. But he's in there as if he's swimming. Yeah, you get me? Our Satakoy Club is beautiful. Look at it. Oh my god. My pre-shot routine when I'm in the fairway, I line up my club between my ball and the target, and I pick a point like 2 feet from the ball. Their fairways are so pure, I could spot. That's how nice it was. Their tee boxes are like so freaking nice. I love it there. Braemar's like 40 grand to get in, and then like $1 grand a month.
Jump in a pool, you can have a drink.
But dude, Braemar's in Woodland Hills. It's got 18 tennis courts, like 10 pickleball courts. Wow. It's got 27 holes. It's got a renovated bar. But it's like there's no. I don't see any way in my future where I'll be able to afford that. That's super fancy, nice. I've had
I have 2 major announcements.
Let's hear the second one.
Long time. It's my favorite podcast. They were just on Zoom, no production, but they know what the fuck they're talking about. Andrew is kind of left content. He's a mover and a shaker in the sport betting world. So he doesn't want to give away his tips and shit to the boots clients. And he didn't want to start right away. Podcast because he thought so we're stuck.
How'd you get that?
I can't say.
I can guess.
I won't.
Guess too.
It wasn't Elon through Theo. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Gave him a BJ.
Yes.
That's what I was
I
thinking.
showed up at Twitter headquarters. I was like, give it back. I'll say, everybody dig in this place.
I got suspended.
I suck on it, and I'm suspended. And they presented, and it was hard work. My jaw hurts, but I get that Twitter back.
Wow, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Really, really, really excited.
What are you gonna do when you get it back?
Yeah, what's your first tweet back to me? Just the Michael Jordan press release.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I swear.
Nice. So really excited about that. And then if I get my back, then I'm gonna try to get Magic's old Twitter back. He lost his maybe about a year and a half ago. He's immediately already got more followers than he had before, but it's like it's your old journal.
Yeah.
You got hilarious tweets in there. I want to.
You give mine back?
At least what they should do is if you can like at least allow you to go back and look at your old tweets and like get them, archive them, or whatever the hell.
I don't know how far I can scroll back, but I actually can go on my Twitter and see. I can see if you look it up, it says account suspended. I can see mine. Which actually, I just found this out. I just realized this morning when I was emailing the guy. That made me feel a little bit better. But I'm pretty sure I could only scroll back to like I don't know some specific amount of tweets.
How'd you lost yours? My email.
You lost yours.
Right. My email for it was my email from school, and it's I can't get that email, and it's private, so I can't see it.
Yeah, what fucked me up, I could even appeal promptly when I did lose it because my email associated with it is dates@corolla.com, which I also have no access to.
Damn.
So,
But I actually have two announcements too.
woo! Do the first one first.
First one first is I have to take them. So I'm not going to do that. But the second one is I ordered pizza.
Pizza! For who? For whom? For us.
Everyone.
Yeah! Is it Prime?
Everyone.
Is it Prime? Yeah, it's Prime.
Well, it's prime time.
It's my second.
You should have said everyone in the studio. Don't say everyone, okay? Because that already hurts as much
You
as
should
that
order
hurts.
pizza and then we can like by association have pizza together.
Actually, Chin, you know, check under your chair. There wasn't just a kazoo. We got fried pizza sent from LA. Oh my God!
Chen, you finally found yourself. What? Sorry, go ahead.
I asked you guys a question.
I missed what?
What was the question? Yeah,
I asked you guys a question. Meatballs or sausage on a pizza.
Right.
Because I'm gonna order pizza from a place called Layla's, which is like the #1 pizza spot I've experienced here in Austin. So I'm gonna order it right now.
I don't know if
So
I
what-
had a meatball.
I have. So, Chen, your
It's
question
just like
is
one.
your question is what's better, meatball or sausage on pizza?
Or pepperoni.
Yeah, and I should have. I wanted to wait till we were talking about on the show because there's more to it. So I'm gonna get a margarita pizza and a cheese pizza. Obviously, I'm gonna leave the cheese pizza. Obviously, the mozzarella, and I can have either pepperoni or sausage. I'm gonna have pepperoni for both sides, and then add sausage, add meatballs to the other side. You know what I'm saying?
So here's what I think. We were kind of saying it over text, but I think generally, as a general baseboard, I'll pick meatball over sausage.
Yeah.
We're gonna exclude pepperoni in the conversation. That wasn't the original question. Sausage. Yeah. I think you said meatball.
I immediately said meatballs. And I didn't heard all.
Either on meatballs, I'll say that as well. But meatballs are a little bit more like neutral, I would say. But so the sausage pizza is from Pop Pizza from my hometown in Rosini's across the street. Pizza place across the street. Phenomenal. They got a little like fennel in them, you know, that sausage. I don't really like fennel like by itself.
I don't really know what fennel is like. But anyway, I think if I asked her, I knew there was, you know, you got it. You gave me more confidence. It was a yeah. Keep going. You're not. Yeah, we're all buying that you had a salad. The guy was really. What's that? Puff's Pizza?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn. I knew what it was. Those aren't looking that great. No, I'm liking it. This looks good. This might be sausage.
Yeah, that does look good. But still, is this? They put it on there. I feel like
No, these have to be customers.
Yeah, these customer picks or
Yeah, these are customer picks.
Yeah,
These are customer picks.
So I was like, do better.
I doubt that they curate this page at all. They're very like small mom and pop shop and sending pop. No, on Yelp, it's all just whoever posts whatever. Yeah, it's just a small place.
Zoom in on that lady's face.
Not happy.
She's skeptical.
So that's a meatball.
Yeah.
What is that? Truffle?
I don't want to. All these clothes. We don't have. I don't want to bash it. I've never met a shout out to Moms every single day and get like a sausage slice.
Get a slice.
So good.
Didn't somebody work at Pop?
Not that we know, but I worked at a different pizza
I
place.
thought she worked at Pop.
No. Me, Dempsey, and his brother, close friend group, but like friends with us, he worked at Mr. B's.
Mr. B. I hope Dempsey does it.
Mr. B's. We were all delivery guys, and it was awesome. It was like my favorite job. I love.
You know this job? Well, Dempsey's going to be waiting on Saturday morning. He's like, oh, I can't wait to watch you on their podcast. And then he's going to see you say he's not one of their close friends. No, I'm saying Mark, Mike, and other.
Yeah, we used to work at Mr. B's. We were delivery drivers. Awesome. Like you don't have to make it. You just you get it. You drive to people. You kind of know everything in the town. It's easy.
Colin used to deliver flowers and work on the flowers at 40 acres.
What?
I hate that.
That's funny. That's really funny. No,
Wait, if they're legit customers,
Yeah,
you just
he did.
do it for fun.
Covering up for it now. He farted on their flowers.
Hey, what is Mr. B's and Pop's rank as far as like Pepe's and then the other spot you post about?
It's good. I mean, that looks incredible.
Yeah, they are good.
You're kind of not going to get a bad pizza if you're.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
They just can't make. They just don't know how to take pictures of their pizzas.
Yeah,
I mean, they're focused on making the pizzas. They don't know how to.
Does look great.
Could y'all fuck that whole thing up on your own? I can try. That's a target. That's a target. My dad could. My dad slams large pizza. I'm like, dude.
My dad can eat more pizza than your dad.
Dude, I'm like, what are you doing? Let me know that I can destroy that. He's probably
You
listening.
eat that
Sorry, Dad.
Really?
I eat a lot. Dude, my dad listens to the pod.
I love that.
No way. Yeah, that's fire. What's up,
I don't think
Dad?
my dad knows what a podcast is. How you doing, Mr. Golombesky?
Nice.
Hi, Mr. Mark. Father.
Anyway, shout out Pop Pizza, shout out Mr. B's, shout out Rosini's. Oh, there's a new place in my hometown that Barstool, what's his name? Davey and I went to.
What'd they get?
I think it was pretty high. Give me a moment, I'll get back to it.
He loves the Connecticut one. He did one in Milford that my friend John Maple owns, and John was on the video. Should we watch it?
Oh, here's the pizza review. Well, it's a little bit long. I think we did like very early on. It doesn't matter if we watch it again. Buco's. It's like, I'll find a good moment.
This is in Cheshire?
Yeah, the newer place. Since I moved, it got added. It's right down the street from Pop. Is it named as Cheshire named after the cat or? No, it's English. Oh, fire. I'll try this. I used to have a show. Hey, dude, relax. Really? Bring it in. Dude, the charred crust. That's brick oven, yeah. It's on 30 is 45. Yeah. This is the best.
mentioned the flop, that was more flopping. Like,
You might do it on the next slice. We'll see. I've had this pizza. It's really good. It just.
See, that's the problem. That's why I can't eat. Why, it's not enough? No. I did our stock order from last time with large cheese and large pepperoni. I said, oh.
More of it.
He's enjoying it, so that means it's good.
Problem is he loves it.
Absolutely bypassing the flop.
Yeah, I think he's kind of.
He's in love.
Yeah.
Pause it.
85.
I was going to say pause it. Let's guess it.
Well, I've already.
I was gonna say 8.5.
I don't know what I was going to say.
You're gonna say just like you said at 8.5 and 8.5.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't keep watching it. Mean that I'm getting so hungry.
Be like, that shirt's not big enough. I can eat 2 of those shirts.
I would say that.
Have we discussed Apollonian?
No, but you had it.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to have it.
There's this place, it's like mid-city-ish. Only it's my favorite pizza.
National place. Yeah.
There's a lot of good
Texas. It's cool with me.
Yeah.
The castle.
All right, y'all. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, everyone. What's my overhead?
Shout out to Raul Duke doing it for the Algo.
Yeah,
See,
appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Raul Duke. Mindy is great.
who else?
Everybody.
Shout out to
Everybody
Alex.
watch.
Chen, you're amazing.
Real talk. All right, we'll see you.
Okay.
I love a good kazoo sound.
We all have to find bit to do with kazoo.
I can barely hear you.
Nice.
All right, I'd like one large burger.
Nice.
I'm so excited to get home.
Allegedly, she blew me.
We got a big guy next to us. Hope the captain has something to say.
She's a pretty girl. All right, boys.
Get your own big beer.
You see her?
I've seen her. One more sip, but don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of you to do. Don't.
If you're gonna bring treats, you have to bring them for the class.
You're right. But I only had one. I should have had more. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way, too. That's the deal. The deal is 3 of these for $7. 7-Eleven.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah. That's $75. It's basically a 6-pack for $7.
Yeah.
Now? Yeah. I'm not. Ken, are you having a beer?
No, are we starting? Because I start rolling. We're starting.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
I'm kidding. You still don't get my ongoing joke
actually rolling?
Well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough luck, okay?
Let's do it!
Because in the beginning, you were like, tell me when to record. Tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here, and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brendan starts talking to Chris and Aaron. It's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when
you would think, but in the beginning, I remember, like, because there's so many different, a lot of moving parts,
yeah.
Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious right now? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So, so there's not, especially with you and me, case, I got to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge and it'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're going to be pissed off. I know you, case.
All right, you're right, Jay.
We should. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The files he sends us are like 45 for one camera.
It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p 30 frames per second.
Wow. We're not great.
And we talk about data rate.
Yeah. We can.
Let's talk about, look.
You want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? Do you have a minute to talk about our what's like or Verizon just data rate? Yeah.
That's like insurance sales.
Seamless fucking transit. Is it really? I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on a Terrence. Oh, wow.
To save some money.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the Tyrone, save some time. That's so good. Really, it's good.
How well it matches. I might do some editing to go side by side here.
I can't find the exact, like, they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for great low rate, you can get online. But this one close. Shout out to her name. Has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 general commercials.
Dude, these people are doing the Lord's work. You're kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right.
Last 7 seconds.
Last 7 seconds, tell me that now. It's a freaking thing.
The most replayed.
Premiere is just not our style.
Actually, I never even. I'm serious. As a. Vibes are immaculate right now. We're late today. 11:58 or 10:58. But there's a new one. I'm kind today. The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What happened? You couldn't hear them.
They're fun. But yeah, so I was pushing it. Push it to the limit. Push it to the limit. What's this whole thing? What do you mean? This general thing. ass are you doing?
I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh yeah, Nick.
I won just $2,500 this weekend.
Yeah, Shin's doing a he's frozen thing, and nobody gets it. Is he frozen? Is he frozen? Is he really frozen? He might be frozen. Oh my God! He was not even breathing.
He knows me very well. He knows me so well. Doing it, and he can't.
I was looking at pixels on this thing on the screen. I'm like, does he move?
Nice. A lot of people in high school called me Niche. My name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they would call me Niche. And, wow!
Oh shit!
That is fun.
Wow, we're anagrams.
It's different.
Yeah.
Anagrams and jumble word. Palindrome. You're thinking palindrome.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like race
I know
car.
this shit exactly. Here's a long palindrome, and then we can get to the next one.
Oh yeah.
A man, a plan, a canal, and sing backwards is forwards.
Oh wow!
How do you remember?
Holy moly! I don't know because here's why. Somebody always mixes an anagram and a
Want restaurant quality meals at Axel Schools? Factor's got you covered.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Max Blumenthal, wrote an article with Trump insiders talking about Charlie Kirk was mentally the last few weeks and months of his life, and the things he was feeling and the pressure he was under.
How you living?
I didn't know Charlie.
What's good, Oligar? How'd you find out? How'd you find out about me, friend?
You invited me to your server voice.
Okay, very well. Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. What disc?
I can't remember. It might have been Social Heaven. It was Social Heaven, Chosen, or LG. One of those. I can't recall.
Okay, cool. Have we spoken before?
We have, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you know what I do? I stream my life 24/7, all that stuff. Are you gonna watch any football today?
No, I'm not really into football.
All right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
These bands are just holding. are just holding it down. It's granite.
That's beautiful.
But that's how the natural rock was. That's how I found the rock. So I
Wow.
just kind of kept with the. I saw that. Yeah, I'm trying.
Excellent. All right. So you are a sculptor?
I am, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, is that a hobby or is that your career?
It's a hobby.
Being a sculptor.
I went to I mean, this is like, I'll just say it, I guess. A lot of people go to the hospital for some kind of mental health issue. And then they come out of the hospital like, yeah, I'm going to do art. Well, that's kind of the story. And it's a common one, strangely enough, for people who have, I don't know, psychotic experiences. I talked to quite a few people who overnight they start some kind of artistic practice. Pretty weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's just weird. It's no, I guess it is weird or unusual behavior. I didn't really know I could do it. I fell into it right away. Quit video games and then art became my video game.
Very cool. How much time do you spend on that a week?
Gosh, probably at least 10 hours, at least 10 or more hours, maybe 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like it would take up a lot of time. Okay, so you're really into art, and that's amazing. Art is amazing. What are your favorite mediums? Like basically granite? Is that your favorite?
No, I think that my favorite modeling clay. Like I have more.
Sure. I love it.
Here's some that are near downstairs. I have like.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fun. It's 2-dimensional, like hanging on the wall.
Yeah.
And here is I'm knocked the eye off, so that doesn't look great, and knocked the little thing off. But to me, this looks like alien Jesus.
It definitely looks like an alien.
I mean, I don't know, or alien Michael Jackson. I don't really know.
Tee-hee.
Singapore, so what people say.
Okay, I could see that too. So how do you get your inspiration?
I just do it. I don't actually do any source material. I just kind of make it as I go. Like sometimes I'll use a natural object. Like see this right here is from a fossil, a real fossil. So I took a mold of it.
Okay.
And I took the real fossil of the snail here. This is a blank, waiting to be painted, and this is also in progress of being painted. So that's why it has like these natural demon eyes. But like the fossil right there, I have it stored. You can kind of see the fossil there. I'm having to like point the camera up to look at the shelf. But anyway, that is the real fossil that I took the mold from. So I'll do stuff like that. That might be inspiration sometimes. But I'm moving over to where the sorry, I have like a lot of mess here, but yeah, I could show you the snail.
All right.
There you go. Yeah. So that's how it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
With a little, like that. And actually it lights up the little stalks here. That's kind of
How'd you get it to light up?
So I embedded lights into it, like Christmas lights that you plug into USB.
Okay.
Like the string lights. Yeah. So it's just kind of embedded into the material. I don't know if you know what fluff needling is, but it's basically like sculpting with fibers.
That's tight. And that seems to be more advanced, is it?
You just take a needle, you stab at like the equivalent of like couch stuffing. Is that the needle has these little barbs on it, and it keeps tying the fibers into tighter and tighter knots. So eventually, I only have an inappropriate sculpture to show you. That's that's on hand. Do you really care? All it is a doll with a pussy.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay. Okay, I don't want to be rude. It's just comical.
Let's see it.
So
Let's see it.
to show it here.
Okay.
It looks like President Biden facially.
All
I
right.
didn't intend for it to. But I say it's supposed to be Biden and Lady Gaga, and that they merged into one being. Anyway, it is a poor pussy. Well, do the fair. Anyway. But anyway, sorry. So the real because okay, so the cloth, it's cloth. You see how like it's a doll, basically?
Yeah.
So this is so you just you take this netting and it actually gets like as solid as I don't know. It gets actually pretty solid.
Okay, and does that light up?
What were we saying?
Does that light up?
No, but it has a feature I didn't show you. But right, I might as well show you the phone model here. Okay, I got these abilities. Are you paying? Okay, now you didn't think you missed it. It's squirt capable.
It's amazing.
I know it's squirt capable, but yeah, I know I'm fucking weird up, but this is just my comedy doll. So look, I didn't expect to bring this on you, but it's the only fluff. Oh, I could have showed you the fucking material on the snail.
All right.
The snail's eye stalks, but whatever. I showed you Biden Gaga.
There you go.
Now,
Hey, we have a new friend here.
forever changed.
Just one moment.
Oh,
Okay. Gee, how you living, pimp? Can you hear me? Gee, how's your day going? Well, you sound like you're. Gee, can you hear me? All right. There you go. Could you hear him?
I could hear him. I could hear him. And he just kind of like came in. All my work and kind of get a digital portfolio. I just put out really what I want to do is just garden now. I mean, just to start, that's all I really am interested in. But yeah, oh shit, over under here. Yeah, it should be easy enough. Nowadays, people want something unique than the Amazon, normal Amazon stuff. And they also like to personalize everything. You know, I make these colors, whatever. At the same time, wow, consumer. Well, I don't know. What am I trying to say here? I wonder what the demand is for that kind of stuff these days.
Right. All right.
Art.
Yeah. So you are basically selling. Like, have you ever sold anything?
Oh yeah. I mean, just like a figure here and there, when someone is interested. But yeah, nothing like big scale, like on a Etsy platform. Etsy is a kind of like it had legitimacy in the beginning, and now with all the bots and all of that, it's very hard to compete against people who are mass production. But the advantage of being an artist nowadays is maybe that you can do a time lapse, and the time lapse becomes part of the art. So I don't know if that's an angle, but I think people want to see the entire process of whatever it is they bought now, because with AI and everything, I think people are going to have human authenticating their work.
Right. So basically, you have a video of it, and you can cut that up, or at least pictures of it, and then people know that it's legitimately made by a human.
I think that will start to become part of the process, yeah. Because two things. One, why waste the entertainment angle of the time lapse, at least the time lapse? And then two, it's like, well, now you're selling two things that you are producing at the same time. You're producing the work of art, and then also the execution of that. That becomes now part of the value, because AI, AI does it so quickly. So now when that becomes the norm, which it will be, just because based on the volume of what AI will produce compared to human, then what I believe will happen is that people's focus will be like, well, how are they doing that now? AI just does it automatically, but now you have the behind the scenes aspect that people will become interested in. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be true. Maybe it won't. But,
No, I think you're.
I'm happy for that.
I think you're right. As things become more mass-produced, people will want that human touch, and even people who say like, "Oh yeah, this is custom made," it's just something's changed in a computer. But if you can show them like you're doing it by hand, and then give them a video of it that they can keep, then they can show their friends, "Hey, do you like this? Do you want to see how it was made?" "Yeah, of course." And then it shows you like etching their name into it and painting it whatever colors they want and all that other stuff. And then somebody's going to say, "Wow, that was really cool. Where did you get it?" And they'll be like, "Oh, I got it on Etsy." And then they'll go to your store and basically order from you. That's the plan, right?
Yeah, well, that, and I also really want to. I do have these fantasies of finding. I started with clay and moved to rock or stone, and really whatever. I also do wood sculpture, so I don't really care what material it's made out of. It's kind of fun to actually mix and match different materials, actually. But what I do fantasize about doing is finding a big rock, the kind that have been here, like landscaping. But people have done that all for the past 100 years. They use these giant rocks to like mark what I want to do. What I really want to do is just make something out of one of those huge rocks that's like in a public plate. No, I'm not going to ask if I can do it. I'm just going to do it. But along a bike path, and along somewhere where it's not like, I'm not going to do it. If it's something there for a long time as like a town marker, I'm not going to go do it. But if it's on the side of a railroad and no one's really looking at it, I'll go there.
They're just like, they're not even landscape rocks. Maybe a boulder that's 4x4, and it's just holding up something, whatever. It's just there. It's not really there for looks. It's just there to hold up something. What would you do with that? Let's say it's a round boulder, 4 feet by 4 feet.
Is that some people have a plan? Like I want to do this or that. I'm not sure why. You kind of like you see a shape in the cloud, you inspiration. I can, for whatever reason, every time in every texture, I'll see something that looks like a shape or gives me the inspiration. So the lily pad. Okay. All right. Well, I've never seen a lily pad, but in this case, let's say that looks like a frog's eye. I'll say it does. And then you're like, okay, well, just this right half looks like a frog's eye. So you fill in the left, you make it match symmetrically, and so then you just kind of go from there. And then all of a sudden you're making a frog. So that's kind of how it works for me. Luckily, the weird thing is like you go out on a limb sometimes. Like, oh, how am I gonna do this? And then the challenge is to actually make it work. Where you do kind of go out on a limb and then somehow you make it work. Sometimes you don't, and you have to salvage like an idea. I'm pretty good. I'm surprised at my success rate.
You basically will just let the natural art, the natural object dictate what kind of art it will be.
Yeah, kind of. Like, so like there'll be natural markings on the rock, and there'll be a natural like striations or whichever. And sometimes that just will look like something like a cheekbone or whatever. You kind of go from there. But round rocks always lend towards a face. So I do a lot of faces. I think I always, if I'm doing a new material, I typically will do a face because it's kind of like you want something consistent that you do over wood, clay, or stone or something. It's kind of like a little. I don't know. You might know 3D. And it's like when you print, they all do little test prints with the same shape. It's kind of the same idea, I guess. But yeah, it's an interesting hobby, especially to wear your hands out. You don't kind of mind it.
Right. Okay. What's the biggest object you've ever sculpted?
Like a figure up to my. Let's see here. Pretty big, like up to my chest. So like think of like basically a child, like a 10, like a 6 or 7-year-old child, like about that tall. So about that big.
Yeah,
And
that's
of course it's hollow, so it doesn't. You're not. These were not stone sculptures.
Were you proud of it when you were done?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm proud of. Just about. Of course, you're more proud than some, but what like basically when you have a sculpture and it's clay, you start to build up all these little storage points. So you actually have to start getting rid of some. The amount that I want to get rid of is very few. I don't know if that's because I'm just sentimental and I want like a portfolio or whatever, but yeah, you just keep them all, I guess.
Right. Are you
like artistic or anything like that? Producing?
I guess my whole life is artistic because I'm So I guess like documentarian. I'm a documentarian, but I don't really see myself like that. From an art perspective, I like to draw sometimes, kind of. Um, I have I've done like little cartoons when I was a kid. Um, I like let's see, what kind of art do I like? I like topiaries, if you want to include that, which I think you should.
Topiary.
Yeah, so like that's where you like make an animal out of a bush.
Oh yeah. Where
So
you? I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. So
um
then it's made out of like a fun thing, and it looks like a lion, for instance.
exactly. And um I mean, I'm not somebody who's really like done anything like that, but I do like them. Um I like music. I like poetry. I like poetry a lot. I like creative writing. Um I'm someone who enjoys like carpentry to some extent, but really like metalworking. Um,
Oh, cool.
I like, what else do I like? Um, from an art perspective, like the physical art, pottery. I think pottery is beautiful, and um, it's something that I find soothing and fascinating. Um, I like I like a lot of digital art. So that could be anything from like NFT to um, a a video to a music video, anything like that. That stuff's cool to me. That you do, I like that a lot. Um, I have never done anything. I mean, like the best I've done is like painted raw. What you do? Um, what else?
That could be pretty fun.
Yeah, no, no, definitely. Um, it can be, and I mean that when I was a kid. Cool to just be able to make whatever colors you have, like paints. I like watercolor paints a lot. Um, so I've done some of that. I like calligraphy, lithography, photography. Those are all really fascinating to me. Um, you know, more than I guess, but I'm limited because I have to be like streaming the whole time. I mean, it's not something that I necessarily can't do simultaneously, but come in and they're like, "Hey, I've got this huge following of me." Did like I had a guy in here not long ago with like 1,000 Twitter followers, and he tweeted out about me, and so you never want to let one of those opportunities go to waste. Um, yeah, so but I like all art. I mean, really, I think my life is just art. I mean, it literally is. I'm creating content as we speak, and I guess like uh, just like a question that I've been posed in the past by people is, what is art? And I feel like the definition of that is just, art is anything that is considered by someone to be art. So it can really be anything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think my brain novelty. when looking for art. You're looking for something you haven't seen before, or a variation on something you have seen before. But that's just where my lens goes. You're right. Anything can still be art. Hello, Zoot.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
Got a new guy here.
Yep.
Hey,
He's an artist.
Oh, you mean me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've come here a few times before, but yeah, I suppose new guy.
Explain to Zoot what you do.
Oh yeah, I am a sculptor. We're just talking about going types of mediums that I use. Like clay, modeling clay, stone, wood.
You don't have to show him everything, but you don't have to show him everything, but show him some of your art. No, he doesn't know Riser.
I do not. Here's alien Jesus. I don't know, Michael Jackson. Jesus.
That's cool.
He looks like a really. He looks like named Dante or something. Here, I'll show you the stone that I'm working on. I had to stop. Well, that's Cosby, but that's my joke. I don't know why.
That's cute.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to finish the face. It's hard. It's tougher than you think. I have to.
That's Draco.
Draco, you said?
Who's that? What are you building?
Oh, you're talking about Draco?
What are you designing?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's a. Oh, let me take the band off so you can see it, and then maybe you'll see the. There we go. There's the full face. So it's a base. All that's just bricks that so I have a surface to pound on, and it transfers the force instead of just being a spring. But
is this your job?
No.
Just something you do for fun.
Yeah, I'd like to switch to doing something like that, but yeah, it's you can't. It's very hard for you to do something like that nowadays. CNC. Do you know CNC?
What's your job?
I'd rather not say because I don't want to knock myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. I go to a political server. And I get into heated debates. And I've already been doxxed a number of years ago, and now I have with recent political online enemies doxing at us. Even though it sounds paranoid, it is actually real. I know other people have gotten doxxed by the same people. But
do you want to debate right now?
Hell yeah, let's put it on debate.
Can we debate?
Yeah.
You start having a debate for the sake of it?
Absolutely. Debate.
I have to actually care about the cause. So.
All right. All right. I'll moderate. I'll moderate. What would?
It's a good intellectual pursuit to take both sides of it.
Absolutely. Okay. So, what do you want to debate, Zoot?
Or to know both sides, I should say. Oh God, I don't know. There's nothing I'm passionate about. Yeah. Okay. I mean, like we could try, but yeah. That's
all right. Let's like Rabbi discuss this a bit, but.
Are we going to bring up the topic?
Yeah, what are you talking about, Zoot? What do you want to debate? Zoot, did you disconnect? Sometimes Zoot's internet goes out. I think it happens to everyone online.
Okay.
We'll just give him some time. Okay, so you enjoy
not too many, not really into team sport kind of stuff. I like to watch UFC.
Oh, dude, totally. Did you watch the Canelo? Did you watch the fight last night?
Oh no, I didn't, but I heard it was a big one last night.
Yeah, it was.
Entertaining what?
We watched.
Did I disconnect?
Yeah, you.
Okay, myself for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't hear.
Shit. Yeah, we didn't hear you. We're gonna have a debate.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we debating?
What are you debating, Zoo?
Modern day psychiatry is just by pharmaceutical companies, and a lot of the diagnoses where, for example, depression criteria have gotten broader and being medicated for depression and anxiety when that under previous standards they wouldn't fit the criteria because they're just trying to benefit pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, 100%. I can't. No, you're right.
Yeah. How about you don't debate it and you just discuss it?
I have this happen with my own. I have to do for my own care, based on the stigma behind it. So it's a weird thing to deal with. It's this people who 30-second Google and they could read Wikipedia, and all of a sudden they now that I think is a huge problem. At least for 100%. Yeah, very well put. I think that at least one of the reasons for that in America is because of the way that we finance it, and it affects the rest of the world, and it shouldn't. But if you get the label, that's the doorway to money. So you don't get money without the label. So that's kind of what they do. But in America, what's created is people shopping, meaning they love it. They want to be like, I got DVD, I got DVD, I got DVD. Like they throw down their acronyms like they're playing cards, and they like it.
Did I cut out, or did you cut out?
Oh no, did I cut out? Rabbbi?
Yeah, he did. You did.
Oh, okay. So
Wait, you were saying like window shopping, and then you said
they go
label
shopping. They kind of go label shopping where they want to. Maybe it's because let me see if I'm. Okay, good. I am on the right internet. They basically like the labels because they like to be able to tell everybody about them. So they go doctor shopping until they find the person who says, yes, you have this laundry list of shit that's wrong with you. We agree with you. And then that person uses this gigantic social crutch of acronyms that aren't really relevant. And then on the other side of things, there's people who want no label, but they have to accept one because of to get the medication that they want or whatever. Like, how many people are taking ADHD to get Adderall? A lot.
Well, like ADHD is not that hard to play.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely making shortages of medications for people who really need it. So, I don't know. I'll tell you what, I can tell you my experience. Me and Rabbi have talked about it in the past. This may spark your memory. But 3 years ago, I went to the psych ward and for hearing voices. And the reason why I went to the psych ward is because you start telling people that you hear voices. When I got into the psych ward, I said, no, I wasn't hearing voices because you locked me up. but modern day psychology tells you to do that. But if someone would have sat there for 30 minutes and just said, well, what are they saying? I probably would have calmed the fuck down. But because they panicked, I panicked. But if you would have just said, what's going on? Yeah, so anyway, the point I'm getting at too is, so when you tell people that, immediately they tell you you need to be on medication. Well, the medication that you go on makes men grow tits. I'm not kidding you. I'm not joking. Makes you grow tits and produce milk. And it blocks out your dopamine. So why the fuck am I doing all of that? To block out a voice that just says, believe in yourself, and wow, you look handsome when you look at when I go here. Has there been, well, that's oversimplifying it. Has there been challenges? Yeah. But the challenges of taking antipsychotic drugs, I know all, I go to mental health servers where everybody's on drugs. And antipsychotic drugs because of schizophrenia. And they're in no better shape. They're just manageable. But these people also have, some people have tried to jump off a bridge. One guy ran his scooter off a fucking bridge. So I understand that these are safety boats of medication, I call it. So you can label, fuck no. I wanted exactly the opposite of the label because the label for me was very damaging. But for somebody who wants to tell their parents that they did a bad job, they say they have ADHD and whatever. I know I'm making shit up. I don't literally think this. I'm just saying that that's the label as opposed to me. I don't want the label because basically my entire reality after this label gets to be called in. Did you perceive it that right way? Are you hearing shit? Oh, and you also don't fucking account for the fact that shitty people will use that as a way to just dismiss you. So they know you went to a psych ward. And so they'll just say, oh, whatever, he's psycho. And it's like, no, I'm not psycho. I have a real fucking logical point. At the same time, I didn't see any fucking statistics, so I don't know what patients were. Yep. So anyway, so that leads some time. The people who use it. I'm not saying everybody does. But anyway, that was my experience of who hears voice. at the cranch. So many people hear voices and they don't tell anybody. Why is that? Because they don't want anyone to think they're crazy. So many people have it happen like 2-3. Their voices go away in their head and it never happens again. And then there's other people that like occur throughout their life back and forth, or some just have it turned on. Mine was just turned on. I can have a conversation like we're talking to you, like I'm talking to you right now. If I'll tab over, so to speak, in my brain. But I've dumped all that out. Since I've stretched it and got a monologue.
But you're aware the voices are just made up in your head, not real.
See, and here you go. You just did it. Why? How do you know? You just told me at the beginning, nobody knows what's inside anybody else's head. But you already have this preformed idea that it's made up. And I get why that is. Because you're like, well, you know, the brain has not been proven to have wrong. The way that I would put it, or the way that it feels, the way that it happens upon your senses and in your brain is that it's as if another mental process is running off of your CPU, and it's separate from your mental partition, let's call it. And that's just the best kind of work that I can do. But do I realize that it's just inside of my head and that it's a whatever kind of process? Yeah, when they get that it's inside of my head. But I can't know what it is. Science doesn't know what it is. And then there is the things that are weird are anomaly behavior, what I call novelty or like anomaly behavior. Of course, that's my mental terminology. But what I mean by that is I have a list of words that I keep that I had to look up, meaning it's not in my vocabulary. Now I understand that how you know you're becoming an intelligent person. You probably start to begin to investigate. My subconscious must have known the word, and now it's regurgitating it up at a later. Your brain can figure things out through contextual meaning over time, and then over time you figure out the context. That's possible. But what happened was it would be like it would do one word a week. Then it would be like, oh, you're not impressed with that? 5 in one day. 5 words that I have to look up. Okay, now some of the words, like there's a word despot. That was the very first word that I didn't use. The word despot is like means a warlord, if you don't know, or more or less. And that word, I was like, I don't know that word. What the fuck is a despot? And then they rewound my memory to when I first heard the word. And they said, well, for this word, you did know it, and we regurgitated it to you. The word experientialist, which I thought was a made-up word, until I looked into Webster's dictionary instead of dictionary.com, because the dictionary.com doesn't have experientialist, but the fucking English one does. And so their experientialist was a word, and they kept using my first name and saying, hey, you, are you an experientialist? Are you an experientialist? Saying it. And so I was like, I don't even know what fucking, like, I know the word you're trying to get me to look up. I'm misspelling it when I looked it up in the other dictionary, autocorrect. It was like, okay, that's the word. And then they stopped using it in the game, which is keep repeating a word over and over until I look it up if I don't know it. And so, like, I can look on my phone where I ever had to look up. It's at least at 50 now. And so this is like a running list of since 3 years ago. But so, sorry, I'm getting to my point. I realize I'm rambling. I apologize. So the mental trick is how the fuck can you get these words and they get regurgitated back to you you had interesting trick. I don't care how it's, if it's made up or where it comes from. Weird. But the other thing is like, well, before I had a pretty good visual memory. After my photographic memory went off the charts, it would start to show me old classmates in my head, one by one. Went through every classmate I had in first grade or second grade, and they're going face by face, and then they would stop at a certain face. And I could think something like, who the fuck is that? After, so I had this kind of these moments to hold on to, and having that all set, I'm not sure how it's capable of these weird little tricks, as well as like they can copy your voice if you really wanted to. Your voice print can be captured like after 2 or 3 sentences, and I know AI can do that, but your brain can do it too. So anyway, I'll stop rambling.
Hey, Rabbi,
What's going on, Pimp?
I had to like take a break from Instagram because my fucking feed is just full of ADHD and autism right now. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, dog. Zoo, why don't you say I'm not interested in this stuff? So you know, get like new.
I should start doing that.
Word, dog.
I don't think the people that are like making the content aware of what they're promoting.
I'm sure they are. They're creating easily digestible, short form content that people with those types of issues are watching. And good. I mean, I can tell you, it's not like with that stuff, but I'll get shit like Reddit or whatever feed I'm in, and I just say I'm not interested in this, and then it doesn't show me. Then it doesn't show me that stuff anymore. You have the social media. You can't just devour things that you're fed. You have to control your likes and
Man, I
dislikes.
feel like it's like you're creating so much awareness, and someone comes across this video and it's like, oh, my child might be like this, or I might be like this, and then you gotta go, oh shit, I need to go see a psychiatrist and get the label.
I mean, yeah, there's that. I mean, do you have to see who's pushing a lot of advertising on these sites? And at least in the nightly news in the United States, 80% of it is pharmaceutical companies. And I can tell you a lot of it is similar on your digital formats of advertising, particularly social media advertising.
So we put labels on these people, call it this thing, and everyone has different symptoms. That kind of makes no sense.
I mean, it's whatever. I think people who have these issues end up in many times, their own mental padded rooms when they just need outlets and they will get their mind off those things. I think it's really great that we have Oligar who likes to do art that probably stops him from thinking the shit that is happening to him is happening to him and normal life. And I'm sure, others have their own modes.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
Do you like your brain?
I do. Brain takes some transition. You can't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you move, start a new school, a degree, new job, there's always some transition period to something new. So if you're asking, like, do I like my new brain? I do like it now, but there was definitely some used to new circumstances.
Right. Your brain has never changed.
Brains are capable of. And I do what happens when you begin to have a reference point inside your own brain that is similar to, okay, so when you have just your own voice in your head, I would liken it to maybe something like having when you do that, know that your head is that, more like you have a sponsor. The analogy, but that's the best way to do. So like my brain, yeah, I like it, but it's definitely more complicated. I would say it already was complicated, but more
Do you feel
in depth.
like they're comparing to the schizophrenic?
Yeah, I can relate to that because there's two piles of energy that your brain draws from. One of them is the hallucination, meaning all of your senses that are now being tricked or simulated, whatever you want to call it. And then there's the delusion pile of energy, and these are not in terms, of course, but it should be easy to follow. Basically, delusion is, your math. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But if you're delusional, you could believe 2 plus 2 is 4.5. Like your value of your brain doesn't match up. So what you believe, like your paranoia, could be something you really think is real. So that's the best way to relate to a delusion. Everybody's been paranoid a little bit. You've seen the lights when you cast a count, and you're like, oh fuck, I need to get weird. But it's how far do you get?
But there was a time where I was on SSRIs for some years, venlafaxine, and I would constantly, like probably 2-3 years into it, from the time I was through for a couple of years, I was having sleep paralysis, like constantly. And sleep paralysis, and then I was having lucid dreams, and I was astral projecting. Fucking, I felt my soul coming outside my body.
And this happened right as you went to sleep or was waking up. Right there.
Sleep paralysis is when you're sleeping, but it feels like you're waking up.
I've had it happen only a handful of times, but
when I had it, it felt like I was just waking. So it feels like you're just waking up, but you're still hallucinating, right? So you visualize everything. You can visualize, like you can see everything. In like my bedroom was like I think in my room, but I wasn't awake. I was just imagining. I was still sleeping. I was still in a REM sleep.
And they've always been with sleep deprivation or near them.
I think it's a part of the REM sleep cycle that happens. It happens that everyone. It's just that people can't remember. And when I was on venlafaxine, it causes your brain to remember.
Yeah. I'm also curious, you know hypnodat? Okay.
What happens, right, is when your body goes to sleep, right? It stays still, so you don't.
But and you're also dreaming, so you don't want to think it's real.
So your body, yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, your heart rate, if you think you're being murdered in a dream, your heart rate still goes up.
Cigarettes in the drink.
There you go. But
Do you know what? It's either HYPA or HYPNA, hypnagogic or hypnopompic. Anyway, it's like Latin to mean as you fall asleep or as you wake. They're two different words. But hypnagogic, because the strong hallucination as you wake up or just go to sleep. I have those experiences. I will feel like what you're talking about. Like you can imagine a room, and it's like you even can wave your hands in front of your face. And you're like, what the fuck? No, I didn't even push the dream at all, but.
I've never had sleep. I don't want to have sleep paralysis again.
You want?
Yeah.
Have you ever had any in those states? Do you have very vivid dreams? I mean, what do you do in those dreams?
In those dreams?
Yeah.
Like it feels like a rock's being pressed against your head, but you can get out of it. You should go into sleep paralysis. You can get out of it, and then you can go into astral projection. You can go into an astral projection state, and that can take you to other dimensions.
See, I've done things like where you close your eyes and it feels like you're opening them in another world. But I get to see that for 5 or 6 seconds, and then that's it. And I've also, I mean, that takes sense.
So when I didn't actually astral project, right? I would have astral travel, but you can from astral travel you can go to astral projection where you can go into different dimensions. If you astral travel, you can go into dimensions and you can go explore the world and see like things. And there's people like accounting, like say like there'll be people that have said they astral travel, and they're seeing people on the other side of the world eat something, and then they'll be tell them that they saw that person eat something, like things like that, and they'll be eating that specific thing. At the that's part of.
So, no, I was saying that can be a very just wild. I'm not sure. People's brains are so much that you have access has more buttons on. It's just they're not labeled, but you can press them. This is a weird analogy, I know, but the thing that you're talking about, like astral projection, sleep paralysis, like you want to go back to it. The reason is because you're, well, my theory, me judging you, is that like we inherently know, like, oh fuck, we're in this. I know that's a weird way to put it. You feel the same, but explain to me why you want to go back to it.
Well, I want to fucking because I want to know. If you're familiar with this thing, but there is a like, I think it's a biblical Christian book that was no longer canon, called like the Book of
Enoch?
Oh, yeah, the Book of yeah. Also, so the Book of Enoch's different dimensions you can access. I'm not too I don't know much about the Book of Enoch, but it was like, yeah.
Well, my
that one's not canon.
After having my experiences, I want to know how much people are just making stuff up. I say that is because the nature of pain, well, I don't know, it's not astral projection. So we'll just say the nature of schizophrenia is that it tries to convince you of different realities. So it just makes stuff up. Like I can tell you some of the stuff that it made up for me, and it makes it up in real time, no delay. You don't have to sit there and think in your own brain. Like that's the other thing that feels very novel to behavior. A normal human being has to come up with the creativity in their brain. They type if you're sitting at your computer screen typing away, you have to use your brain for mental effort for you to create works of fiction. How the fuck is it able to do it in real time, no delay? I'm talking not even 0.5 seconds. Of course, these are my conceptions, so let's pretend they're being hacked, right? And so I'm off on the time. Well, I mean, I think some of the stories you've told me are just like fantastic. I've seen hour-long. Well, anyway, I'm kind of rambling. I'm sure what I'm saying is these people have books of Enoch and all that. I'm curious how many are experiencing a very, very vivid hallucination, and even if they are, does that take away the meaning from what they're saying?
Well, the book of Enoch isn't considered canon. Rabbi,
What's up, Pimp?
why isn't Enoch considered canon?
It was rejected when the Hebrew Bible was being organized, generally because it's it's so much different than the traditional story. It's been a while since I've read it, but basically it's like we have watchers. They're like angels who come to earth. They marry human women and father the Nephilim, which are giants. Um, and basically they like teach forbidden uh, topics to people, and then they go into like the movement of heavenly bodies and dreams and such. And basically, this didn't fit in the chronology of Jewish talk, Jewish teachings at the time, and so essentially, it was just seen as a text, but it was not included, and generally, it's for crime.
So here's the thing, like when I was experiencing all this dream stuff and like the astral projection stuff, the things that I was experiencing, I didn't even know about the Book of Enoch's existence till like 3-4 years later. And when I found out, I was just like, holy shit, that's what. It's like, oh, that was what I was experiencing.
Have you also could go to a place like, what forum was it? This is like 10 years ago or more that I remember. I think it was like called DMT Nexus, something like that. Anyway, it would talk about people's experiences. Just like,
Dude, he's talking. Dude, hold on a second. Dude. He's talking. You need to listen to him.
oh, that's okay. I study PhD, so considering the time you're talking about sleep paralysis.
People, I feel like it's because I was on an SSRI, my brain it remembers trauma, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, remember that reflex?
I feel everyone has, when everyone is REM sleeping, like in the REM sleep cycle, they experience sleep paralysis to some extent, but most people won't remember it because their brain doesn't process trauma.
Can I ask you, of any of the experiences that you had during these times that you said that you astral projected, were there any themes that you could remember? Like what were the things that you talked about? Did you see any imagery?
No. It only happened to me twice. And what happened is it starts vibrating. It's an intense vibration. And then it feels like when you get past the vibration, like I've had it happen twice, then a third time where I got to the vibrations and I was too scared to break free from the vibrations. And if you get past the vibrations, it feels like you're having like it feels like your brain is having an orgasm once you get, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel. That's the only way I can describe it. It's like you're having 1,000 orgasms, going on your brain at once, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel.
Yeah, that's interesting to describe it as that. The book that I was talking about before, the DMT, the spirit molecule. That's the name of the book. I think it's Straussman or something like that is the person who wrote it. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing that up is that 500 people, all who had never met each other, were given DMT, and then they recorded their responses. One of the things that they actually described is what you're saying, a loud noise that got higher and higher, impossibly loud, like beyond what human hearing can comprehend. And they were, but the weird thing about humanity is that your pineal gland actually has DMT in it. And you already know that probably. So I heard so you understand.
Yeah, so when you astral project and you get past it, but most people are bullshitting when they say it, they astral project. You actually astral project, your body, your brain releases DMT, and the intense noises, vibration, like you're on a, like I can't explain it. It's like it feels weird, but like it did feel like I was going on to the other side, like yeah, like. I got through it once, and then like that. The other times I've been too scared to through it.
I wonder if my brain goes. I mean, I bet you that I am doing that when I go to sleep.
Well, I mean, we know in brain, like we.
That's why I'm excited for things like Neuralink and things like that. I have this fantasy link to my brain at some point in my life, and you're exactly what I hear inside my head. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because you want your family to be able to relate to what you're experiencing, maybe. But I also am kind of fascinated too. So. Like, I would love for them to be able to somehow take data from your brain, as you said that you're having these experiences about astral projection. Like, what is the brain doing? That is kind of fascinating to me. I'm also
the brain is just the probably is. Well, it's an SSRI, which is increasing serotonin, right? So that's what.
I don't know if it. So there's some drugs that increase the serotonin, and then the way I heard it described from someone in the medical world is that there's other drugs that clog the drain. So in other words, the serotonin that you produce is held longer because the medication clogs the drain. So it's like uptake. It clogs the uptake of your natural serotonin, so it stays in your blood longer.
So what the serotonin? So most people who are taking what I take, they do the opposite, where they stay up. My brain, the way my brain works, it puts me to sleep, right? So I was sleeping really long periods of time. And what happened when I was sleeping really long periods of time, I saw things, felt things that most people would never, right? Serotonin levels that I was experiencing from SSRIs were probably, it was probably going, well, you're depressed, I want you to feel less afraid of death. Which is dangerous.
It is. Turning off emotions is not good. One of my after effects is that it. How do I say this? So, in public settings, what would maybe be anxiety or fear, like, hey, oh shit, I'm in danger, kind of shit, switch to no, all anger and tons of fear. So in other words, someone's fucking tailgating you in the car, and previously you would think, okay, let's be reasonable about this. But when you're in no fear mode, you're like, break, check you, and go ahead, hit the car. Like I'm in. I mean that symbolically for that one. May I ask? See, I don't like depression drugs or anything like that. They tried to put me on antipsychotics. Immediately made me feel drugged, which is what 5% of people will sometimes feel like they like, I don't. A marijuana edible or something. It's the only thing. It's not really, but anyhow. Well, what about antipsychotic?
I feel like therapy is the best, like just talking to people is the best treatment than any drug you can take.
Yeah, definitely. I think that
I feel like, yeah, I feel like antipsychotic, like schizophrenia, like if people just talk to someone, and these things you're feeling, they're not having, instead of getting people in drug way better treatment. But the issue is that you don't get enough time to spend with someone. Like, you can't sit there and supervise someone all the time and tell them that's not happening. So when they do have the mental breakdowns, they can't be like.
It actually is better to just let the person talk, and if they have to correct them, let them talk it out, and then at the end of them venting, and of course don't reinforce any delusion. But I think that sometimes it's like counterintuitive. Like if you just go and say, no, you're wrong, you're not experiencing that, then it causes you to go, oh, you're one of them. You're you're with them kind of attitude. But sorry to interject there.
Yeah.
Coffee is gonna make me wear a hole in my carpet. I've had 2 cups of coffee and I'm just like doing laps. I get 10,000 paces in before 10 o'clock in the morning. For 10,000, yeah. So, oh yeah, good. It's like I'm talking over you. I'm sorry.
So you just let someone talk them out of their reality.
Oh, I think that it's tricky. Some people probably do need that.
I mean, imagine on a diet, you take LSD or mushrooms. The worst thing you could do to someone that's having hallucinations is help make them leave them alone. They're having a bad trip. So it's the same thing for a schizophrenic.
I don't think there's any hard fast rules, to be honest with you. I think that it's calmness and reminding of support is probably the best. You know, if you see them drowning, get them out of the water. But if you see them floating in the water, then just let them float. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I've seen people who like they could be experiencing something in their head that they're being told not to talk to you. So I mean, I know people who are like, you could go ahead and go up to them and say, "Hey, they're with the reptilians. I have to shut up now."
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Anyway, have a good one.
well, everybody
his friend, he shouldn't say Leif Bishol the base, but rather Leif Bishol. The dead, part of that, he says the dead person Leif Bishol, rather as David Hamelech told his own son Leif Bishol and Absalom, when they were dying, when Israel said, Moshe Rabbeinu Leif Bishol, went up to the highest level. The person goes Marvin Sean Boyle, Muhammad increased rational attribute of the builders, and with that, we finish Perik Araya, and we finish the second Prophets, Mazel Tov. Masechta Shabbos Daf Beis, amazing. We finished Masechta Brachas, and now we're going to take this journey, 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says it's possible to do Malach on Shabbos, and that includes 39 Malachas, always primary Yisurim. So now we have subcategories of secondary Yisurim. The Mishnah that I Gimel describes all 39 Malachas. The last final Malacha is the Malacha that our Mishnah, which Masechta Shabbos begins with, the Malacha of Mitzvah, to carry from one domain to another, the transferred object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabbi, or from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabbi is this why that many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 feet high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 feet by 4 feet. Transferring from one property to another is best. In order to be over that history, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an akira and an hanacha. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. But the Torah says, Beitzah, it's referring to going from Shayachid property. But when we go from Rabbit, Shayachid is called Achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitzia. Mishnah starts by saying, Yitzia Shabbos, Shtayim, they are two, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's equals 4 for the total of the meaning. The Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes honey, not necessarily 4, it's just the character. So we don't confuse it with the person standing inside the house. Person inside, outside, the honey, other than that, he doesn't akira. From Rishus HaRabbi, he doesn't have Rishus HaYachid. There's enough over there. He's high over there. He lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabbi. There's an akira and an hanacha, but in the opposite direction, as the first case, both of them. The corresponding cases, which is only high in the Rabban, not the Raisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. That is when the money does have nothing. in the ratio. Case number 3 and 4 talk about a man who's standing in Rosh Hashanah. We call him the Balabas. He does the saw, lifting up an object from Rosh Hashanah and placing it in Rosh Hashanah. That's a muscle in that area because he did that. And case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out. Get the Rosh Hashanah, grabs an object and brings it into rising. Not doing Hanacha because Hanacha doesn't take place in the Rabbbi. All the Balabais did was Akira. The honey finishes it off. People did a lot of Schneitzel or Chaim Durable. And then finally, the 8th case is weird. Rather than waiting for the honey to extend his hand, the Rishus, the Yachid, he extends his hand into the Rabbin and places it into the honey's hand. Rather, the honey takes it out of his hand and does the Hanacha finish. Again, we have a case where 2 people did 2 halachas, Akira and Hanacha, and they are plugging their rights. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. Gemara brings additionally in Masechet Shavuos that's very similar. That says 2, which are 4. It brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes a note. The prayer describes it as in the future. It says we add there's as well the past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Tuma. Midorais in the pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is coming and walks into the Beis Hamikdash, knowing it's the Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's coming, is to be a carbon of the word. Or he forgot that he's coming and he eats kosher. The other 2 cases that we add to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's speaking kosher. Skin, the Torah talks about hates and about eretz. The one looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more derices. One looks like lime, the other one membrane of an egg. And when the Mishnah Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? It says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, only about the Second Shabbos, and therefore it talks about things that are also not just us. Whereas we have to realize, explain in the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah a Yitzia. As you see, our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing Lamadas Lachas, talks about both Rishus and other Rishus, and does differentiate from Rosh Hashanah, which is the Rabbbi, which is the Yitzia, or whether going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is a Yitzia. Finally, Rabbbi says, so when our Mishnah talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to the domain. There are 2 domains in the right side. Yachid and Shuzara, Shehein Arba, which can cause for the Surah of Yitzah. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Yitzahs, which are only Asur and Rabbana. Have a wonderful thing. That we had Shushan for Bezer Shabbat tomorrow will be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has an action to it, he's pater, and he's pater aval asim. Rabbanan, it is asim. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the Rabban, and that is if a person traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's tied with the right. some company for a minute, and then first day, our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he just has it, and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain in his hand, it's positive. In our cases, the first four cases are cases where people are right Kira and Anna. The uprooted one domain and placed it in another. The four cases in the same, it was a combination of two people, one has 8 people. But what about in the same phone? That the four cases are two individuals. One is doing it at one halacha, and one is doing it at halacha, and there should be a second halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that will lead us to this is the right side that you have to bring it first. The only person that can get to that case is the right side, is the person that starts the halacha. The person that does the akira, he can also do halacha. But the person that does the halacha can never get to this is the right side because he didn't do the beginning of the case. Of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and enough in order to tie the rest. Even though two people did one malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the pasuk says the am haaretz ba'asay so. One person does the entire malacha, brings the korban. Shnayim shasua. Two people that do malacha are asked Rabbbi, what's the halacha of Israel? Says Rabbbi, walking is considered an akira. You look up your feet, you move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anywhere. Says Rabbia, who is Rav's uncle, tells Rav, didn't I tell you many times? Don't ask Rabbie questions in another Masechta where he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer? And he might say something wrong. You're lucky that Rabbbi is a gadol and he knows everywhere. And in fact, he said exactly like it says in the rights. It says about it. You see from the fact that if a person is standing with Rosh Rabbim and he extends his hand into Rosh Hashanah, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand somewhere else. Flip side, somebody standing with Rosh Hashanah, extends his hand to Rosh Hashanah, and somebody removed an object from his hand. We don't view it as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah, even though his hand is an extension of his body. But asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right, the hand is not the Rosh Hashanah, it's not a Rosh Hashanah body, and it doesn't go where it's at. There's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as a non-empowerment. In other words, it should be a penalty here. For somebody that has his hand out in another domain, we should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. Mark brings a contradiction from 2 prices. It makes 6 shuffles. How we could explain the contradiction? Another domain. You're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other rabbit, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So in Mark number 1, maybe the prices argue whether or not your hand is considered harmless, just like a ice question. If it's considered a harmless, understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is up and through. So one price is talking about that he extended his hand over the cloth. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in, because it's not going for shot is no. Everybody's holding his hand down in Rosh Hashanah. You're going to be over the rice. Why? Because he started that hero on Friday. In order to be over the rice, you have to do a hero and on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hands on Shabbos, then he put the object down after he got tired, let's say, then he'd be over the rice. And maybe in that case, we are thinking with him and say, a lot of reasons have that. Well, if that's the case, using that logic, then the question that we're going to ask tomorrow is person in another explanation to explain the contradiction in the prices. The price that says you let her bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident. The price that says that you can't bring your hand back is talking about he did it amazing. Another shot is both of them are talking that they did it. The question is, do we penalize somebody doing shaking? Because he might lie in the case that he did amazing. Anytime somebody does amazing, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shaking. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree to penalize somebody shaking out the amazing. So what's the question? The question is, and put the object in his friend's chutzner. That's when it's also. But if the person brings it back into his own chutzner, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mutter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Nabdal. Rabbi Rabbbi has an amazing question. First makes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it on the side of the oven, like they bake today in latkes. Now it takes a dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will be chayiv and the rice of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over the rice? But by removing the dough, he's over the rabbanon called the deal. And the question is, in order to prevent them from being chayiv, korban chatos, and we allow him to be over the rabbanon. Now, a korban chatos comes only for a shaking, and a shaking is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of the act. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing this and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from a chatos. But that's also very problematic. Because in Oyrim La'adam Chatei, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor Aveira in order so that your friend is not over the major Aveira of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over an Isser Mason. He did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi Rabbbi, in his question, he uses the language of a chatos which means shaking. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatos, he meant amazing. In fact, there's a price that it says so that a person is allowed to be over the Isser or idea of removing the dough from the oven, which is the rabbanon, in order not to be over the Isser rights of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that a person is standing in the Rosh Hashanah and he extends his hand, he takes an object, does an akira Rosh Hashanah, and places it in another person's hand. He's chayiv the rice. So, the question that Gemara addresses right now is why enough for the honey to be chayiv? The hand is not 4 tefach, and in order for a person to be chayiv hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefach. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara in the Maskana, the last shot, the 7th shot is, and that's what we go with, is Rabbbi explains explains that a hand of a person is considered fourth law. You're right, it's not physical. It says if it's fourth law, it's partially equal. That answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number is that it goes according to Rabbbi. We hold that you don't need fourth law. Because Rabbbi holds in a case where a person to another private domain travels over a public domain. Says Rabbbi is saying, how could it land in public domain? Travel right over it. The answer is because he wasn't a concept called Buddha Kemi Shon Kodan. We consider it as if it landed in the Rosh Hashanah. In slow motion, as it's passing over Rosh Hashanah, it landed for a millisecond in Rosh Hashanah. And then it continued traveling to Rosh Hashanah. Again, you see, for landing, you don't need fourth button, but for taking off, you do need fourth button. Therefore, having this concept of word means Rabbah, in the beginning has suffix, and at the end it says this part. But just to point out, in Rabbah, reading something called a question. We learn from Moshe. In the mid part, has been one wagon, another wagon, which is one Rosh Hashanah, another Rosh Hashanah, because these wagons had walls that were 10 foot high. Wagons were larger than 4 foot by 4 foot. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to another, Gemara makes another. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that if you put in place object in somebody's hand, that's considered fourth fault. Why? Because it goes like Rabbbi. Rabbbi holds that if you throw an object in Rosh Hashanah and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're high. Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually fourth fault. Even though you're looking at it in fourth fault, because the trunk of the tree is more than fourth fault, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is fourth fault. So perhaps there's another Rabbbi. Rabbbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah. You see the picture. From one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. We hold for the concept of as it's private domain, it landed in the private halacha. But he adds another. He says, you are in fact high west. It travels from Rosh Hashanah, it passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halacha as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a half nasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a chayitzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayiv twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says, only in that case does Rabbbi say you're chayiv, because in Rosh Hashanah we're talking about Rosh Hashanah, it has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was pulled to the top. And therefore, it landed somewhere.
And then basically hijacked, and they were using it to create the biggest Republican or conservative youth movement in history, TPUSA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the U.S. alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push, and recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily, and they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel. And Charlie Kirk was going to an exchange. He'd be built up. It's like the biggest conservative youth leader in history.
So I've been following him. I have no reason to say anything by his killing. And I think it's a terrible moment for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete conjuring for the Israel lobby. And he's always like, and just to tell you about how this kind of came into being, I was hearing about this before he was killed through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk, and honestly, even though I'm on the left, people from the Trump administration talk more to us than the Biden administration. They talk more alternative media. So I was hearing that Charlie Kirk was on in the months before he was killed. This was not so I decided to go back to some sources that we had, for more details. Well, even as somebody who you were political opponent, shaking me a little bit, I want to get back to this turn that he makes. Do you have a timestamp on when he started to question really Israel's influence in American domestic politics? Because I'm reading your article, and you talk about your source. He's talking about is this before that? What do you know about his progression? Let me just
Shema Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Baruch Shem Kavod Mashiach
one of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in American politics. It's a film or a documentary or a book. Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say, I actually forgot which year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was called the Royper Wars. And Charlie Kirk TV USA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would begin to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Roypers, which sort of follows Big Fuente. They're anti-Israel, they're kind of anti-Jew, they're very anti-Israel. They believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government has fallen under the control of this malign foreign power in Israel, and so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the USS, the U.S. naval ship, these struck by the Israeli military and crippled that boat because it was surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli and they killed scores of sailors. And Charlie Kirk, between Israeli interests and American interests, while Holt just shut down the conversation because he knew that if he would get an inch to them, it would threaten the relationship with his donors, and TV USA would collapse. But after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. Whole grassroots, everyone under 35 started to question the U.S.-Israel relations because they wanted to be America first, and they saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House, and a lot of them are pro-life and will slaughter babies that they saw in dogs. The bottom dropped out of right-wing support for Israel to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer to his own grassroots base, and you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue. And it all blew out into the open. USA's July summit, I believe it was Tampa, Florida, in Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tucker gave the speech.
Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment. But it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic David, who, like myself, Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from the kind of libertarian world, so he was on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who worked for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer, debate. No, that's not something you want, especially at this point if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out, says you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. All right, hundreds and thousands of American Jewish youth go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. Then Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman. He calls him a scam artist and said, how did he make $9 billion? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. But it was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who were very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TV USA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, what Jive learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to new levels that he never even imagined which meant. Zionist Israeli takeover, complete recapture of TV USA, an organization they basically helped create, and Charlie Kirk turned him down. After Charlie Kirk was killed, we know Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about him, interrupting his 7-front war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree. He's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally in Qatar.
Can you remember any time that the history of a political assassination that leader of a foreign government has come out to deny that they were behind it?
I've never seen anything like that.
Right. And yeah.
It was so Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in an interview on Newsmax with Red Event Sussman. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu recently, the shining shoes and walking. So Netanyahu goes there and says, this is like to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk running the wilderness. It's like a medieval blood libel at the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu says that, it probably leads some Gentiles to wonder if there was something to them.
Okay, so you have another.
blood libels. I mean, when someone that sleazy and that blood-soaked
If he decided to place
links
the
innocent
down,
Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out, it's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu is doing relating to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu has blamed Muslims for Charlie Kirk's killing explicitly on Fox News. He was trying to milk it as much as he could and turn it back on him because he's become a prime suspect. But after 9/11, Netanyahu said in comments widely reported in Israeli media, you can look this up, he said 9/11 was good for Israel. And it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk's killing as being good for Israel. He thought he actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible. And he thought he could play the left and the Palestine Solidarity movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we had learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu. Many of them had funded his organization.
So let me ask you a question. What would it be afraid of? I mean, obviously, you have an organization that's well funded by people that expect something for their money, right? They're not giving it for free. Did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life?
Well, that's what Harrison Smith, who was a personality in InfoWars, pro-Trump outlet, has said based on the source he spoke to. I don't know him, I don't know what source he spoke to, but he said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. So I didn't say that. I don't have. I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed, but there's this fear when you go against the Israel lobby and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I've been told that by
my next question.
Trump insiders.
My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes. Yes, I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the two assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What would happen to our allies if he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers? Would you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared, and what I learned from this source, who is a Trump insider, someone who talks to who talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his retinue, Israeli agents, placed electronic devices on emergency responses, Secret Service vehicles. The Secret Service found them and they reported this to the White House. These would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president. Some people watching this might be dismissing me as crazy right now, and I wasn't able to confirm this. I can't just call up the Secret Service and have them tell me that. But in 2019, 3 former high-ranking U.S. officials from the Trump administration told Politico that listening devices were found around the White House and at sensitive locations across Washington, targeting President Trump. They wanted to listen to his calls and communications, and they were planted by Israel. That's just go look that up while I'm speaking right now. Boris Johnson, former Israeli Prime Minister, wrote his memoirs that Benjamin Netanyahu asked to use his back, and that British security found a listening device planted in his personal toilet immediately after Netanyahu left. So Netanyahu himself dropped a listening device in the British Prime Minister's toilet. Like, never let Netanyahu take a dump at your house.
Let me ask you a question. In your estimation, why do things like this not damage relations between the U.S. and Israel more, or the UK and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be, everybody spies on everybody. But when you are putting a listening device in the Prime Minister's bathroom, or you're putting, reportedly putting tracking devices on Secret Service response vehicles, where is the fallout from that? Is there any?
So we're saying that
Is there any diplomatic fallout from that?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, think of all the awful things Israel does. Israel just
and the other
is seeking to drag the U.S. into a all-out war of their own. Where's the fallout from that? The fallout is among the people.
And in the winter,
It's among the young people who watch your show, follow social media,
but in the summer,
don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Like, they're paying attention, and they have almost no power in this country on this issue because of Israel's ethno-supremacist bribery network known as AIPAC, which controls Congress with a hammerlock. Look at like 2 of the few voices in Congress who spoke out about these issues. Marjorie Bush, Cory Bush, and Jamal Bowman kicked out, but AIPAC spent almost $20 million, and they were like backbenchers. Like their own campaigns, they probably spent like $100,000, and they spent $20 million in Super Bowl style ads against them. And none of the ads even mention Israel once. And they come up with these fake stealth packs like Americans for Democracy in their districts. You don't even know it's an AIPAC ad. Now they're going after Thomas Massey. And Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is safer in her district, but who is paying for the campaign against Thomas Massey? It's Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer. Paul Singer is another Zionist millionaire who's basically like Marco Rubio's man. He owns Marco Rubio. He's a vulture capitalist who runs Elliott Capital Management. And he's very involved in Venezuela as well. So these guys are running the show. So here's our question. Trump is elected in 2024.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely. How'd you sleep? You ready to take on the day? All right, go hit it hard, girl. I'll see you tonight, God willing. Take care.
Around Epstein in your estimation, and Epstein files, and the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, potentially, and Israeli intelligence. What exactly, how does that factor into what we're seeing now with shaping the narrative? It seems like that lobby is losing control of the narrative quickly, certainly with younger people, but with a lot of people. Rising independent media, the sheer
He's hired because
audacity
transferred
that,
out
which
4 hours.
that APAC and people like that are
Now,
behaving.
they can land
Yeah, I don't
on top of the wall, on top
What
of the smoking room. You have like
role
a
do you
stone and
think
roses around. How do you view any
uncovering the
of
truth
those
about Epstein
But
plays
cancer was
in
allowed to be more if the stone.
the fear in the White House?
The 312
Are they afraid to release
then
this
it
stuff?
becomes a open
Are they implicated in this stuff?
Big lands on
Is it
top
both?
of this,
And was this something where
on the side of the object?
it was
So,
understood that they were there to extend the cover-up? What do you think this is?
Well, Trump has
Now,
personally
what
said
about
that
thorns that are less
he's
than
concerned
people
about
like
all
some
of the files and
cancel out
names of
the
clients being
not like
released,
it's the
or
Gemara.
not necessarily
What
clients,
about
but associates, because
No one wants
it
to
will smear some very good people. He said that on the record. And
See,
he
the Gemara
thinks
is
he's
considered
one
by
of them.
most as a book.
He was very
However,
closely
Rashi
associated
says,
with Jeffrey
can't
Epstein.
start
And this is the
canceling out
first time
Rabbbi
I've
and
ever
feel like
seen
it's this item is
Teflon Don get
canceled,
his
this doesn't, and therefore, he says anything that's less
actually
than 312 high
It was
is
all over
ultimately
Jeffrey
Rabbbi.
Epstein, but it's
It's part of Rosh Hashanah.
it's not just about Jeffrey Epstein or one man.
The
I
Lord
think
says,
it's dangerous to
there's
go
some
too far
invented
down the
concept
rabbit
called
hole of
harmless.
Jeffrey Epstein.
They told
But we
the
do need
best
to
halacha
acknowledge
from
that there was a
Rosh
strong
and
Israeli
the most
connection
cool
there.
halacha from Rosh
Jeffrey Epstein was
and
working
they
with
brought it
Ehud
in.
Barak,
They said,
former Israeli
let's
Prime
Rosh
Minister,
Hashanah.
defense minister,
Special
most
halacha
decorated
from
soldier in
Rosh
Israeli
Hashanah
history,
at least
on
14.
spitting out a series of security companies that were going to
Anything
compete
less than 412
with
still
the big
considered
time,
halacha.
the big leaguers like
And just like
Palantir.
Rosh Hashanah, it only extends
Barack
Rosh
was at his,
Hashanah up to 10
his,
anything
his
above that
townhouse
is above. So putting harmless,
50
anything
times.
above that fucking
He
above
had
that.
met with Shimon
However,
Peres,
so
former Israeli Prime Minister. He had met with
all the way
Ehud
to the
Barak,
sky.
former Prime
Yeah,
Minister. He had set
giant
up
pole.
meetings between J.P.
Now
Morgan
that
and
pole
Benjamin Netanyahu.
be 112.
And he was a pro-Israel guy who was close to Alan Dershowitz, too.
Whoever
He's like
this
considered
is,
sort of
person has a
Israel's
house.
propaganda lawyer.
Some might call it a dog
So,
house. Very short.
Jeffrey Epstein certainly
Only
stand
less than 10 feet.
for everything
But
that
the exterior
frustrates
walls
people,
actually are 10
especially
feet
younger
because if you
people
count the roof
in
and
this
everything,
country,
like
about this two-tiered
inside that
legal
house,
political
everything is
system
apparent.
where there's a kind of a
Above the
class of 0.1 percenters who exist completely above the law, who are
And
like
you have
molesting
open
people
walls and you use
and
it constantly.
carrying out all sorts of sordid
The
financial
walls on the
crimes,
sides extend
bribery, and
upward.
manipulating
Create a wall
institutions,
that
buying
extends
CBS News, and
What happens?
propagandizing
That person decided would like to
the
use
public
that
in support of
and
a
like
genocide.
dig
It's sort
down
of like
into the ground
Jeffrey
and create
Epstein
more
perfectly
than 10
embodies
height.
the
The
most
center of the house.
disgusting
But the side of the house,
specter
the side of the
or
room,
figure
is listen.
of this entire
It says the Gemara, the entire
network
house.
that we have been sort of forbidden from talking about for so many years. And now, I mean, it's like as long as there is an apartheid Israel, we're going to be waking up every day on social media and seeing images of shredded children, and our legislatures are going to be filled with bills that will prevent us from doing anything about it. So the frustration only continues to build as Donald Trump seems to block the release of the Epstein files. Did you notice? This is so crazy. On the day Charlie Kirk was shot, I mean, take this out if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No,
The Senate,
right. I think I know what you're about to say. They voted, right?
the Senate voted to not release the Epstein files. It's like a straight 40-line vote.
Yeah. This is not good for American. It's not good for American Jews. A lot of my Jewish friends are not, you know, they want Netanyahu
But show
out.
everybody wants to show, and therefore
They've
there's a lot
made
of
a wrong turn, obviously, in the
now going back
years
to that case
after
where someone
October
threw
7th.
a sticky object on the
What
wall.
do you think
We're talking about a case where there's no
the temperature is like right now between the
Trump
Trump administration
it should be
and
considered Rosh Hashanah.
Israel?
And
Is
if you might tell me,
this
well, it's not considered
an
Rosh Hashanah, it doesn't have
unbreakable
4x4 in that hole.
that is
Well,
being
there's a concept
enforced
called
by
we go according to your opinion. The mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4x4, I love it.
a
Our
mutual
house
destruction?
is 4x4.
What? How would you? What is the likelihood of us going into Iran again? What is the likelihood of us doubling down? I mean, there's a huge project now, or will be a very huge construction project, I believe, in Gaza. I mean, they're moving people out of Gaza. They're going to build a new Gaza. Is the United States going to be providing peacekeeping? Is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors? Going to be boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it? What do you know about what's coming next? What's the next phase? What happens there?
Well, with Gaza, it's not a construction project. It's a destruction project.
Well, right, but it will be eventually. I mean, they're trying to move them out to do something.
in retrospect,
Right.
let's
They're
think,
trying to move out
why
and
is this happening and what can we do?
what they call it Judaize the place.
If you are in
especially the West of Gaza,
here,
and religious nationalist agreement in Israel, the settlers, they want that land
from Israel, what's that?
war and his genocide, his political coalition. There's nothing, all the shiny pictures that you see and all the plans of the Gaza era that make it look like Dubai, that's going to be happening before the Palestinians.
Meet an object that's 4 by 4, 12 by 10, 12.
That's not what's going to
The
happen.
best example would be
The
if I
plan is
take
to ethnically
a
cleanse
basket.
as
It's not
many
better.
of them as possible.
No basket is
Divide them to go
And
out
this Roshos is 4 by 4
and give them
square. How do I
subsidies
get
to
a
go
4 by
out,
4 square?
but Israel does not want them.
Well, it's very
Gaza
simple.
Strip,
If I have a 1 by 1 square,
85%
they have no
refugees who were kicked off their land in 1948 when Israel
very
found
simple.
them.
So if I have
750,000
4 by 4,
were ethnically cleansed
so
in
they had those
1948.
5 points.
So many of
In
them
order
went
to
to
get a
Gaza
4 by
and they were
4
just warehoused there. I've been to Gaza
I
twice.
need the
When you go
diameter
into
of
Gaza, the first thing you see is
5.6,
the buffer zone.
they had no
Crossing
my
the
square.
Israeli military.
So my basket needs
These
to
are
be
remote controlled machine
5.6.
guns.
Where everybody says, let's make it 6
Gigantic
buffer
that stretches
to
as
be
far as you can
certain
see,
you have the right.
pointing into Gaza.
If I have
That's
a
the world
6
they were
buffer
living in
basket,
before
I can
October 7th, 2023.
now
Closed off for the
basket
outside
is
world.
just
And
says
then
I
they
don't need 6
had this gigantic
because
violent
once you have a basket
rebellion
that's
led by Hamas,
automatically
and Israel's decided they
because
must all go. They have to go to Egypt. So that's just as bluntly as I can put it, and it will be the crime of the century to watch 2 million people scattered like the wind over the world. Where will they go? Will they go to Europe? Will they go to the United States?
What if I take a
People
basket
who
7
lived through one of the most horrific genocidal wars we've ever seen. What kind of
Now I
mentality
can say
will they
global.
bring
Anything within
with
3
them?
extends
Will it
my
be good for those societies?
extends the world
Well,
my
it's
basket
Israel
all the way
that's pushing that on the
Now my
rest of the
basket is
world.
slightly
So,
above the What's above that belt? Once again,
you
it's
know,
the belt.
if you're worried about
Unless
if
it's
you're,
exactly
yeah.
7 belt.
If you're worried about the border now,
Less than 3
right?
belt in order to
I would consider what Israel's got coming for you.
And
And,
it doesn't work.
although I think we should welcome people
Even if I
who
put my basket
have
over,
nowhere else to go.
like,
They should be in their homes.
Well, I think we should stop
the
destroying
basket is not meant to be
their
flipped over.
countries, and then they
The
have a
basket
place
is
to go.
flipped up right
And that would be my,
Iran.
yeah, it would be my,
Now, what if
yeah,
this
your question
basket is
around,
not
what do you think the likelihood is that we get into
I still don't say love it.
another
It's
war with
the
Iran?
word, it's the hard many war.
And is that why, is it like,
Is it flat?
oh,
All it is, I take an option.
is the Israeli government
I'm
right
trying
now
to lens.
lobbying
What do I have
the
to
Trump
do?
administration actively to go back into Iran? Is this something
That's
that
all part
you
of the
know
Trump is less than 3,000 people
or
stuff.
hearing from
What
anyone?
if it's 4, 5,
Yes.
6, 8, 9 fucking?
Also from sources in
That's
Iran,
a fucking.
they're prepared for this. They think that this will happen 100%.
Anything above 9 fucking.
I would say 99% because I was like
And
to
therefore,
edge, but
hard, but there's
you know, my friends in Iran,
That's exactly
sort
like
of regular people
Where they're
of their own society,
it's
going to conquer. And
So,
in weeks from now.
Why do you think this all needs to happen now?
Holy ground is
You know, the ethnically cleansing of Gaza now, the war with Iran now. Do you think Israel's looking at America and going, you know,
if there's a stream of water,
we're
there's
trillions of dollars of debt,
that's
where, you know, maybe we'll default on the debt, maybe the dollar is going to fall, maybe our standing in the world is going to collapse,
question is, why
and they need to get everything out of us right now. Like, doesn't it feel to you like there's an immediacy to what is happening? And I can be wrong about this, but like, it does feel to me that they're like, we need all of it now. It needs to happen now. We need to, not only the cleansing of Gaza, but we need the Iranian regime moved now. We need to bomb Libya, Syria, and you know, all of these places right now. It does seem like, are they looking at the tide of populism around the world going, we're not going to be able to get this kind of money in 10 years? Are they looking at America's financial standing and going, it's an inevitability that we're not going to have the money to give them? What exactly is it about this moment where everything needs to happen now? By the way, even though they're losing standing with every demographic in America, they're losing respect, they're losing control of the narrative, but they're still pushing ahead in a very aggressive way. What is it about this moment that it all needs to happen now?
That's a great question. And as I said, Israel can see the writing on the wall in the West, where a new generation is rising and turning against it, simply because they are seeing the slaughter, manipulation, censorship. There's a new world rising in China. There's a new world rising in Iran. It's at the center of Eurasia. And a new world is that is rising is not a world that America dominates. And in Washington, this relates to, and this just brings it all back home to Charlie Kirk. They have Donald Trump completely under control in a way that they've never controlled the US president. And every president is basically giving Israel what they want. But with Trump, there are simply no red lines. And after having demonstrated in Gaza that they could get away with anything they wanted, Netanyahu, who is nearing the end of his own life, is the most historically significant Israeli prime minister since the founding prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, who served longer than Ben-Gurion, who is actually someone from the United States, who speaks English as his native language, who grew up in Philadelphia, went to MIT, worked at Boston Consulting. He sees that this is the last moment before Trump leaves the stage where he can get everything he wants. His dream for his entire political career was to destroy Iran, regime change in Iran. He believes that he can achieve regime change in Iran, that all of his problems in the region and Israel's problems in the region will disappear, and Israel will be secure, consolidated strategic for eternity. So Netanyahu wants to leave this world with that as his legacy, but he cannot accomplish that in Iran, as we just saw in the last 12 days war, without the U.S. military. So he has to manipulate the United States into not just striking Iran and sending a stealth bomber over there for some Top Gun style raid, but boots on the ground, all out war, just like an unprecedented slaughterhouse. And we're going to see tens of thousands of American troops killed for Netanyahu's dream if it's able to go through. And so every time Netanyahu strikes Iran and tries to turn up the temperature in the region, it's always to get the U.S. involved. And it's bad for the U.S., it's bad for Jews, it's bad for the global economy and therefore the world. And that is why I'm always talking about this, and why I think people need to understand the danger.
What do you think happens if they can't, obviously there's members of the Trump administration that do not want to go along with this. I would say probably Trump's one of them. I don't think he sees a good domestic political outcome of going to war with Iran. What lengths are they willing to go to make this happen?
Shabbos Dafnes. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
I think attacking Iran in an unprovoked fashion, killing nuclear scientists, attempting to kill the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, that would be the most extreme thing possible. And it would lead to catastrophic eruption of violence that would draw the U.S. in.
Do you think Israel's planning to attack Iran?
Yes.
How soon do you think that's going to happen?
Fairly soon, because of the window I mentioned with Donald Trump, midterms coming up, but also Iran is restoring its air defense. They may be
Iran knows something's coming. This is obvious.
So they can't allow Iran to rebuild its ballistic missile capacity. They know that the enriched uranium is out there somewhere, but they may not know where. They're afraid of nuclear scientists learning how to develop weapons that want to kill them all. It's very maniacal, and Israel really feels like this is it. Like they're at an existential moment. That's why they're, weaponizing Barry Weiss to take over CBS News. That's why we feel so much pressure in our own society. It feels like after October 7th, they have to get this done now.
Here's my thing with CBS News. It's a very powerful tool, like absolutely no relevance to anybody that's under the age of 65 years old. You know what I mean? When you see, I guess, Ellison is now thinking of buying Warner Brothers, right? CNN, I mean, they're thinking about, Sanders just talked about it. His group is buying what is it? You correct me here. They're Paramount and they're buying. They own Paramount, they own CBS, and now they're trying to acquire Warner Brothers. Yeah. Okay. So I like Barry. I think Barry's fun. I don't know how much Barry intrigues me at the moment, but she did at one point. But she has an agenda. It's very clear. It's a very clear agenda. Is that she's deeply supportive of kind of this Israel at all costs policy. And they're going to install her at CBS. Yeah, as the ombudsman, so she'll be, I guess, tasked with determining the tone of the foreign policy coverage on CBS, domestic policy coverage, all of the coverage.
Presumably, and they just installed this figure. I think his name is Weissman as the ombudsman, who will basically neutralize the news decision, and he's an Israel lobbyist himself. His work with this neocon think tank Hudson in Washington. So it's very clear what their agenda is. I'm just pointing to it as a sign of desperation and not necessarily a sign of total control.
What I've seen over the last 6 months to a year, a lot of people get radicalized. They're going to very bad places, right? You don't want a bunch of people in America to become Nazis, obviously. You don't want people to become fascists. You don't want people to embrace pathological behavior. You don't
Barry Weiss does,
yeah,
and Israel does, because it reinforces Israel as a sanctuary for Jews. They want anti-Semitism in this country, and it also fuels their fundraising, ADL's fundraising. So we have to resist that.
Yes, well, Max Blumenthal, do you, the source that you spoke to, I guess, for this piece, does that source believe that there's any potential, I don't know if you covered this or not, the source, do they believe there's any potential that in any way forces outside of this gunman were responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination? I don't know if you covered that or not.
I mean, I state clearly in this piece that I have no evidence of an Israeli gunman.
Yes, to this look, I understand that your source was a highly placed Trump confidant of some kind. Did they, I don't know if you can make an inference or if they said anything to you, but like, were they considering that as a possibility?
Yes, I would say they don't accept the official story, or that no one even knows what the official story is.
So a highly placed person in the Trump inner circle doesn't believe the official story of Charlie's murder.
I mean, no one does, but I would just say that the phrase I remember hearing is, it feels like there's more at play here. And that's not the only person with more power than me in Washington that I'm hearing that from, but
you're hearing from multiple people that are connected and tapped in, that they believe that there's more at play, more to the story than simply one radicalized young man.
publishing a story from another source who I would describe as a
Oh, you always want to, you know, you get it. Well, there's 20 apiece. You get now 86 to rent is 1,200. So, my dad likes those. Oil and wax stronger there. And California, they are also a big difference. Your summer favor, please support them. Go by 486, please support on it. And please go to look up. It's a holiday, so my main man is here. That's what Coco Friday, the church was having a bag. Yeah, right there. Been right there with us. Thank you for coming. I love you, concerts.